Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, July the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. It'll help me. Thank you, Ty Man. All right, guys, what is happening? First of all, solars and EV plays are in disarray today. I guess one of those senators is not going to approve this climate bill. So look at TAN. My goodness, look at TAN. I know this was the trade of the week. Did not trigger, but this is the ETF for the solars, and you can just about pick any single solar, and they're going to be down today. So at the start anyway. So solar's in disarray, EVs in disarray. You know what? It's not. This is a surprising move, I think, for Citigroup. Nice pop for Citigroup off earnings. I say surprising because of what happened, I guess, with JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley yesterday. I don't think people were expecting this bank to do as well as it did. But that's a big move for, something with $2 billion in the float, almost up 5%. And that is Citigroup. Another one that we have followed over the last month or so, USEA. It's actually an earnings play today. USEA is an earnings play today, so it has popped up 90%. Look at the volume, 8.9 million. Huge volume. Is that right? 90%? I guess it is. EVTL. EVTL received an order, I think, from American Airlines. American Airlines has confirmed delivery, yes, for its first product. So that is EVTL. Also, it's an earnings play. Didn't realize that. So it's also an earnings play as well as that order from American. Nexi. Don't think I saw any news on this one. NEXI. Now I'm seeing the news. So FDA signs off cancer therapy trials. Okay, so that is the news for Nexi, NEXI. TBLT, another one that we have followed over the last little while. TBLT, that was gapping up, and this one I don't see any specific news. I keep scouring these headlines. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for TBLT. A lot of volume this morning. Look at that float, 2 million. Actually, I had the run in the after hours yesterday. Look at that run from $2.11 all the way up to 328. I wasn't around after hours, so I didn't see this move. Something had to happen. I'm not sure what it is. I can't see any headline. No, that was on the 11th, 7-Eleven. So industries are trading higher. Company announces Q2 gross sales, but that was on the 11th. So I'm not sure what happened yesterday afternoon after the market closed. So here could be an interesting one. Always love these. Here's Allo, ALLO. So Goldman has decided to put an upgrade on them. $32 price target, up from $9. Okay, so that's the reason for this one. I don't see any other reason. Here's your headline. Goldman upgrades Allogene to buy, raises the price target to 32. Well, yeah, from 9 to 32. Now, does that mean just pile in and buy, sell everything you own in the world and buy it right now because it's going to 32? Of course not. But definitely interesting, and it's through the 200-day moving average. 1254, so it's through the 200-day moving average. DXG, this could be another really interesting one today. Why? All-time low. And this is all about guidance. They don't release their earnings until August the 8th, but they're guiding right now, revenue guidance, and they're obviously guiding poorly. And so now TXG, that's a huge gap down, 24%, big gap down. It's not a low float, but this is now at an all-time low. CDXS also a clobber this morning, down 25%. Trying to see if there's any specific news other than the fact that they're getting downgrades. But so they're getting a downgrade from Cohen, cut to $21 a share from 39, but I mean it's at 9 right now. So, but obviously a lot of downgrades. But I don't see any specific reason. Of course it's a. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on the company other than those downgrades. It's got to be something else. That guidance also, I just don't see it. There it is. Now I finally see it. So yeah, issue guidance Q2 and FY22 sales guidance below analyst estimates. So okay, so that is the reason. And now this is not quite an all-time low, but getting closer. Now this one had very low volume, and I couldn't see a quick headline on it. Let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, so it's kind of popping back up, but IIPR, I mean, it was down to $83 on very low volume though. When I looked, I think it was only about 12,000 shares. So this is going to be pretty wild. I mean, and I mean, it's untradeable right now. The spread is $95.99, bid ask 95.99. And Micron, MU is having a little bit of a surge this morning. And if you're looking at VG, Vonage, I guess this merger that's been ongoing with Ericsson has been officially approved. Vonage says all regulatory requirements satisfied for the Ericsson buyout. So I guess that's a done deal now. Yeah, I only brought it to our attention. That's double IPR, just because it had just a huge gap down from 112. I was looking down to 83, but at the time I saw it, yeah, there was only 12,000 shares. But I thought, okay, maybe something will happen here. Look at this market, by the way, guys. This market's in for probably the first time in a while for a nice, really big positive open. Morning, Jim, and you are welcome. Oh, I should have mentioned pins also, Pinterest, PINS. Elliott, big fund. Elliott is taking an interest or a stake in them. So that is PINS. That's the reason for its pop. It's a big pop. Yeah, I saw that with, I did see that headline with Schumer with Micron. Just really saw his name. I didn't dive into it, but thanks for that, PJ. Ah, don't like the price of oil going up. Inflates our Canadian dollar a little bit. EJ mentioned Roblox, RBLX. All right, it is 9/11. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our briefing.com this morning. Okay, we do not have very many upgrades. We have more downgrades, but not quite as many as we've seen. So let's get some of these upgrades in. There's an upgrade for Allo, ALLO from Goldman. Downgrades for TXG. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. You know, I'd probably still be watching this rhythm, RYTM. There's no volume yet, but you know, it's just again touching that 200-day. Got above it yesterday. Now I'd stick an alert probably around 884, the high of yesterday, and see if it takes that out again today. Maybe stick an alert around 892 for RYTM. See if it takes it out, because it still has some room. So a little bit of a down day yesterday after two huge up days. Swell chaser, yes, there is. And the point is, what's your point about that? Babar. Another one, again, to keep an eye on is FFIE. Even though it is in, I'm going to call it in the EV sector, it is still looking pretty good. Had a nice day yesterday out of that consolidation. I wasn't going to say good morning to you, Dak, because I don't want to influence you to start talking. But good morning, Dak. ABOS. ABOS. Haven't seen this one at all today. You know why? There's no volume. No volume at all. Zero. Interesting. $15 a share. I do see that. Amen. Friday. I like that. Friday. Absolutely. Gosh, not another market holiday until Labor Day. Yikes. That's a long time. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. My guess is everything is going to be positive. We know the ETFs. We know that. We know the oil. We know XLE is going to be 100%. Here we are. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I always look at XLE, and the one that's probably in most people's minds over the last couple of months, energy. So XLE, so these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% green, what that means is every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. Okay. But checking all the other sectors, because the market, of course, is in for a pretty positive open. Every sector is up from yesterday's. So all the stocks that make up the sectors, they're all. I mean, the only weak one, if you want to call it a weak one, is utilities, and that's only 2/3 of them are above yesterday's close. But look at technology, 92%. Communications, you rarely see this. 100% of them are above yesterday's close. However, we look at this in a different way about, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes from now, the change from the open, we may see a very different picture. Obviously, it's always more interesting to see what a stock does from its opening, meaning its first trade of the day. Does it keep going higher or does it go lower? Yeah, and there's always one. I know why you said yay, William. Well, right at 9:30, whenever that first trade is, China. I mean, in theory, I guess a stock doesn't have to trade right at 9:30, but the very, very first trade. So if a stock starts trading at $10, so that's its open. So if it trades at 10 and now it's at 10.50, obviously it's above the open. If it's at if the first trade is at 10 and now it's at 9.50, it's below the open. Okay, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? So the NEXI still kind of hanging tough. Okay, now I see the news. Trading higher after the company announced. So it's received. Did I have that news down here? I don't think I had the news. So received IND clearance, another acronym, IND clearance from the FDA. The company's first cellular therapy product candidate addressing solid tumors. So there is your news for NEXI. Low float situation, 14 million in the float. Tons of volume already. Look at that volume, 6.6 million. This is going to trade the float several times today. So that news must have happened after hours. You can see the pop up to 220. Again, the issue I always have with some of these is, when you start looking left, you just start sort of looking and seeing that there could be some blockage. Not clean. Doesn't mean it won't soar, but it just doesn't look that clean to me from here after the 31% pop. So this sector, yeah, this vertical takeoff and landing sector, it's still in its infancy, no question about it. But these guys, EVTL, at least they've got some kind of interest out of American Airlines. So let's take a look at some of the ones that have been active this week. TH is still active, and it's it's almost at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 1230. Basically, it's at yesterday's high. Boy, this CDXS is really getting clobbered now. And yeah, there are a ton of shares available at Interactive Brokers anyway to short, 1.5 million. So there's no supply problem, more than likely for most brokerages if you want to short this one. I'm not saying to short it right now. I'm not saying to short it ever, but at least I know there are a lot of shares available. And this has just been beaten up now. So this TXG has had a little bit of a bounce from 31.7, actually a pretty big bounce, almost a $2 bounce from the lows. So it's not quite an all-time, well, it's still an all-time low. To wait and see how it opens. So on a day like today, if the market proves to be, pretty positive, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of 10-day daily breakouts we get. And also the breakdowns, but especially the breakouts. They've been really, really good this week. Again, that's one of the scans I'm sharing. Go to my homepage and you can have that scan. Oops, sorry about that, guys. That was accidentally typed in everything. The upgrade or the downgrade list in the off topic, sorry about that. So yeah, if you go to my homepage, you click on my homepage link, you want any of my scans that I'm going to be following today. Here we are. So go to my scan section. Of course, I'll be glued to the races all day. And this is what I just talked about, the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout, okay? And if you're looking for what I use in the pre-market, you can see the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. They're individual. This is what it looks like. Here, I've put them in a window, docked window, but these are the individual ones. I don't have one like this to hand out because not everybody wants the pre-market actives down. They might not want the gap downs. Maybe they just want the gap up. So anyway, these are all free floating individual windows. But that's what I use in the pre-market. Yeah, I might have him do it on the weekend. I can't do it. I always have to rely on somebody from Trade Ideas to do it. But you can have it right now. Okay. Okay, and save it to the cloud. The question was the relative volume. Oops. The relative volume race that I'm running in conjunction with the gainers from the open, trying to see, if we get the same stocks in both. This is probably one of the biggest moves for C in a long, long time. I mean, for 2 billion in the float to move 7%, that's a big, big move. Now, you want to be contrary here. 47.56 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. That's a big move. Look at this candle here. I mean, obviously the big one right here. But this is a big candle right here too. SONM, okay. Mr. Sub $1. Boy, CDXS is another big gap down here. Look at that candle. I mean, it's already down 30% now. Getting close. Well, 17. I guess the all-time lows are way down here. So even this one that's been beaten up over the last several months, AFRM is having a bit of a pop here. AFRM. AFRM shares rise 5% on new partnership. That's the headline. All right, guys, we're getting closer to this open. And again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And I'd like to repeat this every day. I mean, if you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30 minutes. Don't get so hung up on missing the ones that just start moving right off the bat. Yep, it happens. But more often than not, what happens in the first 15 minutes anyway, stocks move up and down, they kind of chop around. Yep, there will be ones that just keep moving. I get it. And it's frustrating not to be in those sort of plays right off the bat. But too many times, stock will move up and then move right back down. So you can get shaken out of positions very quickly. That's typically why I wait 15 minutes. But if I were new, I'd probably wait 30 minutes. There's lots of stuff happening even after 30. So you don't have to be so anxious to get in. Thank you, William. Well, we've got less than a minute to this open, about 45 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Get set for this open, close down some of my windows, start my races. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge move for the SPY. Yeah, really. But as always, you have to wait for that first 15-minute candle to see maybe what the direction is really going to be. All right, we are now open. I'm just looking at CLNN. CLNN is really giving up. It's actually gone negative. Look at that. Okay, so the market. So we've got a green bar to start. A big surge in this market. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4. We had an hour straight up. Now this opening 15-minute candle is up. All right, guys, Nexi is holding tough here. NAXI. Again, my issue is, maybe too much resistance between here and, that 225 area. CDXX just absolutely is getting crushed again. And now that's showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, guys. Look at this market. Beautiful surge still. All right, guys, CDSX. I mean, sometimes, as I say, I break my rule. If something like this is happening, look at that. You had the alert at 775. It wasn't an all-time low, but man, this is getting thumped. Well, and very quickly too, covered some guys, because I don't, again, I've broken a bit of a rule. I don't usually take a stock in the first 15 minutes. I will break my rule on these if the stock is making a new low and there's news on it, a new lifetime low. It wasn't though, it wasn't a lifetime low, but it just seemed too juicy for a quick trade for me. As opposed to look at the TXG, that's a great bounce actually. Great bounce off that 31.59, over a $3 bounce now. And how low can this go? I have to just give me a moment here. I want to look at USA, but I want to see where the next low is. We got to go back to 2018, I think. Even that's 910. I don't even know. We got to go back further than that to see the next lows for this one. And this is CDXS, guys. Okay, another one showing up. 1975 was the AES Corporation. AES just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And now let's look left. What do we have? It looks like the next is 1963, 1945. If I can take those out though, 1887. There goes Allo, guys. There goes Allo with his big Goldman upgrade. This is just showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. Market is still surging. So USEA, the next high looking left. Wow, it's 715, guys. So this has got some room. This has got some room. I don't even know what the float is on this. USEA though, it's got a lot of room. And there it goes, guys. There it goes, winning this race or leading in the race. And it's all about the room it's got. 750. I'm not saying it's getting to 715. Wow. I mean, this is this is going to take out 7. CDXS. CDXS. Another one that is yelling at me is Nova. Well, this is Nova's an oil play or an energy play, isn't it? Nova. Yeah, this is really yelling at me. When I say yelling at me, this is text to voice right here. Whoa. Well, I don't know where this is going now. I mean, I thought I was going to cover some at 7, but this is just broken right through 7 now. CDXS. Again, alert right here at 775. Got in just underneath that. Again, I typically don't do that, but I usually wait a little bit, but this just looked too juicy. All right, I'm covering some more here. Don't have that much left of the CDXS. I don't want to run the risk that it just has a giant pop on me, but that's almost $1 move on a $7 stock. I did not get in the USEA. I did not get in it. I was too wrapped up in the other one, but this is a great move. Big deal, of course, is that it's got all sorts of room looking left. So understanding, what the purpose of the room is, of course, is to talk about trade ideas and all, but to point out opportunities. I cannot take every single thing I look at, but if what I'm saying makes sense to you and it meets your biz or your trading plan, then you can take a look at it. This is a crazy one. I don't know if we can believe that topping tail for SGBX. SGBX, huge topping tail up here, 240, starting to move. SGBX. What's happening with Nova, guys? I don't see any news here. Oh, Nova is I get it. Okay, this is a solar play. I was thinking of another company. So this is a solar play. So all the solar stocks are getting hammered. Look at TAN. Look at TAN. Here's the ETF. But boy, Nova is just leading the charge down. Yeah, I was thinking, you're right. I was thinking, no, exactly. I was thinking of NOV. Look at Wells Fargo here. It's piggybacking on, well, it's earnings play also. So both C and Wells Fargo, WFC, are having a really positive reactions to their earnings. MRVI halted because of volatility on the way down or on the way up. I guess on the way up. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to try something. Um, Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying something. Ah, stupid. Hey, guys, just a minute. I'm trying to create another race based on another topless window. Just trying to, just experimenting. Okay. Wow, CDXS is not over. Wow. Hopefully, some of you took advantage of that short if you had. The interesting thing for me, of course, and that's why I looked at the beginning, tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, to me, what that means, I'm sure most brokerage firms had lots of shorts available, which just puts a lot of downward pressure. People are able to pile in and short. Yeah, I lost sight of AES, 1975. What is it now? Yeah, 19, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, how about Nova, 1701, 1689? Well, pins is actually showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, 2069, so it's not, it's just a little bit below that now. Again, with Elliott taking, I don't know what the percentage of the stake is that they're taking, but that is the news for them for that one. Okay, guys, Nexi over 2. I just don't like all this resistance, potential resistance. NEXI, it's a low float though, so I mean, a lot can happen, but it is over 2 now, NEXI. But when I look left, I see the next high is, I mean, 229. I mean, that's far enough away. I suppose if you got it at right here and it got up to 229, I mean, that's a great percentage move, but doesn't mean it's going to get there. I just like to see more room when I look left. Again, when I say more room until I see the next high. All right, guys. I have a feeling, yeah. See, I tried to run another race, but I think I've got too many going. So I think it's really a tax on the system. So that's why I just deleted. I just deleted the one that I just was trying to run. What I was looking at is, I used to do something like this. I used to say, okay, show me the stocks in the first 2 minutes. With minimum of a certain amount of volume, relative volume, up a certain amount, and freeze it after 2 minutes, and then just follow those stocks all day long. And the problem is that I think, running that race, if you notice, this was really starting to slow down and getting jumbly. So, all right, let's take a look at some of these. How the SGBX do. There was something I didn't like about it. Well, okay. So can somebody take with another charting program? Can they check SGBX and see if that is a legitimate topping tail on the 15-minute? Well, you'll probably see it on any time frame. At 8:45, though, I have this giant topping tail for SGBX. In fact, what I'll do. So is everybody getting this big, huge topping tail for SGBX? If so, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Could be a magnet. It does? Okay, thank you. All right, so it's not an error here. So, well, keep an eye on this one then, because, I don't know how many shares traded up here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. So it's not an error with our charting program. Look at DraftKings, DKNG. Okay, so the market now, so that first candle, that first 15-minute candle was green to a point, and then the sellers knocked it down. So now we've got another red candle forming. So let's hope, oh, well, I mean, it doesn't matter to me, I suppose, but for those of you who want to go long all the time, it'd be nice to see the market moving your direction. All right, keep an eye on ARI. So this is a solar play, and this is showing up in Zach's bottoming scan for potential bounces. But keep an eye on TAN, see if it's bouncing at all, TAN, that it's a solar ETF. Unless that starts to bounce a bit, I'd be a little reluctant. All right, guys, definitely keep an eye on the rhythm. RYTM still at that 200-day moving average, 847, and the high yesterday was 888. This has been, of course, a really active one. Huge 2 days, a bit of a rest day yesterday, and you know what? I mean, if it takes out that high of 2 days ago, we may have another run in it, because when you look left, you've got room on the weekly. What's the weekly high here? So the weekly high is 951. So there is still room. It takes out this high here at 888. The next high, looking left on the weekly chart, actually I'm wrong. Next high is 908. And then we've got 951, and then we've got this 1242. So to see how much volume is there. There's not much volume though. 267,000 is It is 2 times normal, but that's just because it, really hardly traded until a couple of days ago. All right, guys, USEA. What was the high up here? It was 557. So a little bit of a pullback, and now it looks like it might want to run again. USEA. And this has a lot of room, of course. It looks left on that daily chart, got a lot of room. It's an earnings play. Again, this RYTM just hanging around that 200-day moving average. There's the VWAP at 834, so it's a little bit above. So it's right in between the VWAP and the 200-day SMA. Yeah, Queb in the pre-market was just, remember how China was the way, guys? It just seems like yesterday. Wow, guys, I don't have very much of this left, but this just continues to plummet. CDXS just getting hammered. Used to get emails all the time. Barry, how can you take a stock that's up 30% or down 30%? And so if it's down 30%, how can you get into a short when something is already down 30%? Or how can you take a long when something is already up 30%? Easy, because it can continue to go down or up. I'm not saying this happens all the time just like this, but wow. Anyway, back to Queb, KWEB. So this is not that long ago. This is on the 27th of June. What are we now? The 15th. So, not that long ago, 3 weeks ago or so, when everybody was talking about China, 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 China. And now look, 34, this is, and sinking. Okay, so ARRY is having a little bit of a bounce here, guys. ARRY, that's from Zach Scan, 931, 947. Take a look at TAN. My advice on something like that would be take a look at TAN to see if it stopped moving down, and it did, okay? Because that's the ETF for the industry. So if you had TAN side by side with ARRY, you could have seen that move. And so some of the solar plays, here's another one, some of the solar plays are starting to bounce. Yeah, so if you're talking about why I took the CDXS, I mean, yes, I call it broke a bit of a rule that I have. I don't take a trade in the first 15 minutes unless I have been sort of a little bit warming up to these races in the first 15, but even then, I don't typically do it. But I will take one of the ones on the 10-day daily breakdown if it's an all-time low at the same time. I did break a little rule. It was close. I mean, it's not, it's 13%, but it just looked so bad to me. And so when I got the alert here, I mean, the worst I was going to do, if it got back up to 8, I was going to have a pretty tight stop on it. Actually, if it got over 775. But I was able to get in at 770 and then just kind of ride it down. So my stop was really going to be about 780. Okay. I would see if it tested the 775, but if it popped above it, I was going to get out. I could always reshort later. So I had a very tight stop on it. It was either going to work instantly or it wasn't. But I certainly talked about it in the pre-market as something that, man, I mean, but to be honest, I mean, I was really thinking TXG was going to be the one. Instead, it had a pretty nice bounce because this was an all-time low. So I was salivating, hoping that this would show up in that 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat, but it didn't do it. And this just showed up in Zach Scan also on a bounce, says CDXS. What's ABCL? Is that another? No, it's a pharma. 1021. So this is so this is what I'm talking about. These are from Zach. These are bounce plays. You can see they've all worked to a certain extent. There's BE solar play 1531, 1544 now. This is the area I was talking about, 931, 963. That's a great bounce actually on a percentage basis. Now there's BE again, so you could have waited. And then this is a pharma, not a solar play, 1021. So it hasn't bounced a lot yet. So there's still, to me, there looks like there's a shot at that 1072 level. That would be the resistance area. But then of course the CDXS. But this has got so much bad news. I don't know what sort of bounce it's going to get. Whoa! Look at this. Look at this candle here. So the Saudis did not request. All right. I guess that means something. Yeah, there's well, Brent's at 100. The WTI is at 97. Now I know the one to watch is WTI. Okay. Still under 100, but okay, good. I was hoping it wasn't because of that Saudi. That's what popped the market. Okay. Happy days, people. Happy days again. For a while, anyway. And this BULZ, you want to go long oil? This is an ETF you can use. We've seen this one now quite a bit. That one, an oil D, which is if you want a short oil, you buy it. Goths from yesterday. Yeah, almost at the, not the, sorry, didn't mean all-time high. Almost at yesterday's high, 1158. So I think Zach would agree that if you get a bounce play here, make sure, if there's bad news with the stock, doesn't mean it can't bounce, but it's probably not as probably as likely to, give you a good bounce if there's really bad news for the stock. These ones, these are, I mean, that is specific, specifically to the stock. These ones bounce because, solar bounced a bit. ABCL, I have no idea. When I say that, I have to check to see if there's any really bad news. They might have, yeah, I don't see any. All there's talking about is when they're going to report, which we know is August 9th. There's the there's the rhythm, guys. Rhythm now. It is just at yesterday's high, RYTM. Yeah, and so there we go with the CDXS. I don't have very much left. I mean, I don't have that much left, but listen, it gets down to six. What I have left is great. Okay, and that's what we're talking about. And as Zach said, he agreed. It's got really bad news, so probably I wouldn't be so enamored by trying to play a bounce on a stock that just has really bad news. ABCL, guys, ABCL is having a nice little bounce so far. I don't see any bad news. I just see, it's down. It's not a solar. What a move. My goodness. I mean, pretty orderly. I mean, we have this big opening 15-minute candle, the next one. All that happened here was a little rest. That's all it was. A little pause, and now a continuation so far anyway. Okay, so Nexi, I wish I could get a little more behind it. I just look at this. I mean, 229. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, if you took it here at 207 and it got anywhere close to 230, I mean, that'd be great. I don't know if it's new, but we've seen this many times now. It's from the Bank of Montreal, BULZ. Okay, so that's going long. And oil D. Oil D is you would buy this if oil was going down. So this is like the reverse. So if oil is moving down, you can buy oil D. And if oil is moving up, you can buy BLUZ. I don't know how, well, I guess it's relatively new. I mean, this only started so it's less than a year. But we've seen this one many, many times. I've never seen it before until maybe back here. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember when I first started seeing it. I had no idea what it was. So Rhythm did get over 9 briefly. ROITM did get over 9 briefly. So as I recall, the next high was 908 and then 951. So what did it get to? It got up to 909, right to that, almost to the penny, and then it stalled at that weekly high. So stick an alert just above it and see if it can take it out again. All right, Goss just took out the high of yesterday, or is that the high of yesterday? Yeah, 1158, 1160 now. Oh man. Well, you know the sound alert I've got on this 10-day daily breakdown. Some of you know anyway. And it's the pig, the grunting, and it's just is over and over and over and over again. Boy, this takes out that 910, the RYTM. Yeah, 950 is the next high on the weekly, Zach. So I know you know that. Yeah. So Rayo, he cannot give advice like that. Okay. No, nobody can give you advice like that. Okay. You have to have a trading plan. I mean, if it meets your trading plan to do something like that, but you can't rely on somebody like myself or anybody in this room to say, yes, you can take, 2,000 shares of that. So, I mean, the longer this holds, 9 is a good sign. If it can crack through that 915 again and maybe get close to that 950, say the longer it holds this 9 is good, of course. AERC, okay, you asked me to look left. AERC, it's doing, yeah. You know my feelings on this one. I mean, the news was great. FDA approval on their device, their purification. I mean that was. There's no disputing the fact that the news was good. My problem is, as an intraday trader, it can be extremely whippy. I think I was only able to trade this one day in that it had a decent trend as opposed to whipping up and down all the day, all the time. Wow, look at you, SEA now, guys. So I did say I didn't take it on this, but you know what? This had that pullback, and you can see how you can use the races for the pullbacks because it started to win a race on this pullback and then exploded. I'm going to have to really cover the racing and why I think it's, especially if you're new to trade ideas, instead of having a lot of a lot of different scans up and running to concentrate, build a race that that makes sense to you. I mean, this makes sense to me, this change from the open, and just follow it all day long. Just follow these stocks all day long. Make it really, really simple. So I mean, USEA, I mean, it had news. I mean, it's an earnings play also. So that's the reason why it's having its pop. And pop, and as I said earlier, why I loved it, I didn't get it, I couldn't take it so early because I was in that CDXS and I didn't want to break two rules. But when you look left, I mean, it had all that room, 715. And again, when a stock is, winning a race at the top of the leaderboard, it doesn't mean you just pile in and take the trade. I mean, it still requires that you see what's happening, check left, always checking left to see, okay, where could it get to before it hits the next high? If you don't see anything on a daily chart, and so when I say that, if imagine all of this, if you can see what I'm doing, on the daily chart was underneath the current price. So when you're looking left, you don't see anything that can tell you where the next high is. So that's when you turn to the weekly chart. And then if you don't see it on the weekly chart, that's when you turn to the monthly chart. It was easy enough to see it right on the daily chart. All right, guys, I'm waiting on this RYTM. See if it takes out 9 again. I'm waiting on this. I want to see if this at 9:15 can be taken out because that is the next high in the weekly chart. I'm going to have to reset my alert. It took it out briefly, very, very, very briefly. Okay, guys, rhythm over 9 again. So keep an eye on it, RYTM. What is your trading style, SD? You want to, I'm responding to somebody in our YouTube room to adjust the scanner to your trading style. All right, guys, rhythm right back up. And something, CDXS continues down. Well, we don't have the EMA, so you cannot have that as a scan, number one. So you might have to, I think didn't you try to ask that question of Steve yesterday? Were you not in the room yesterday? If not, it might have been somebody else. Yeah, okay. So, well, yeah, I thought I saw you in the room yesterday and asking him, and I thought he tried to construct something for you. So, are you getting? Wow, look at. I mean, USAA, the next high. I mean, I don't know if it's going to get through that, but wow. I mean, the oops, wrong symbol. The next high again is at 715. I mean, we're getting close. What was the high here? 680, 689. So we got close to seven. Rhythm, guys, the longer it holds over this 9, 10, well, certainly 9, and if it can really take out 915 with some enthusiasm, it's not a crazy low float either. I mean, 42, 43 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Come on, get some volume, push it through. It's really trying. It's really trying. 912, 916 bid ask. Aha, I see that TXG actually showed up 33.46, but it's showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, too bad. I think obviously this this USEA would have shown up on the 10-day daily breakout, but it's only been trading for what, 8 days? So it would have shown up here for sure. Still playing games at 9 RYTM. I lag. Okay, that was a new one, right? Days ago or yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Horrible. But if they quote unquote they are pushing it, what's the high yesterday was 578, and the day before, of course, 2640. I mean, it's one of these ridiculous IPOs. I think it was priced at $4. I think they had 5 million shares issued, and did this nonsensical move. What do I think about TBLT? Just kind of stuck. I mean, it's up 20%. It is just kind of stuck though. Can't remember if there's any specific news about them. I think Zach said something about maybe a group has got a hold of it, maybe a Reddit. But it's gonna. I mean, look at all the resistance around 3. We have a halt top. Ooh, on the way down. Zhong Yang Financial Group is in trouble. Look at this China stock, of course. Let's take a look at BITO. That news regarding crypto and Putin. So far, no. So far, no reaction. All right, so what has the market done? So we had a couple of 15-minute candles, but then the next one green and the next one green. So market is still definitely in positive territory. Everything's positive. NAS is up, Dow's up a lot, SPY's up a lot. So if you look at the pre-market activity for CLNN, it looks like there's a kind of a lot of resistance right around that 450 mark. I don't know. Zach, did you take that bounce, the ARI bounce? Look at that, 931, 1011. That's a tremendous bounce for ARI. And let's just take a look at TAN, the ETF. And look, yeah, I mean, it's just following it. So I was saying, you want to take a solar bounce today, just follow TAN. What is TAN doing? We get this in some kind of a pullback then. I mean, this. All right, everybody, it's 10:26. So typically around this time, I welcome anybody who's brand new into the room or relatively new to the room. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And by the way, at 3:30, normally what happens in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris takes over, but Chris is away today. So everything is shut down today at 3:30, okay, including YouTube. And as always, I like to start off with my homepage. Lots and lots of information on my homepage. So when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. I'll put my homepage link in. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. It's the only software you'll ever need. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So we do have 4 plans. We have, so the premium is $2,000 on an annual basis. The standard is $1,000 on an annual basis, less the 15% discount. But you can always go monthly. And in fact, that's what you should do unless you're absolutely certain you want the product. You can start off standard 118 or 228. You can get that 15% discount for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? At any time, though, if you want to get an annual, we will honor that 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. Take a look at it in a bit. That's the big difference between premium and standard. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. So let's get started. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Do yourself a favor. Spend 30 minutes to learn a little bit about the program. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. That is free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was tan and it never triggered. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry. It never hit that, never got to that price. So this week's was sort of a non-event. Keep an eye on the RYTM guys trying to get back over 9. Trade ideas, education. All the education is here. We've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide. You should have already done the getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and the racing. I mean, I really want to hammer this point home. You make it easy. The racing is a really interesting way to just focus on one window instead of having lots of different windows to look at. Okay, and I'm going to explain a little bit. I'm going to explain that in a little more detail later. Don't get hung up on how much we've got in the user guide. It's like any other user guide, a lot of information. You don't need to learn everything, but certainly you should know what an alert window is and a top list window is. And I would really look at this at the racing. Daily support sessions. So I'm not sure who's going to be there. Normally it's Andy. I take a break at noon between 12 and 1, and somebody else takes over then in our YouTube room. I think Andy is off today, so I'm not sure who's going to be there. I'll find out before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. And as I mentioned, normally Chris would be there between 3:30 and 4:30, but not today. Daily webinars. So next week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week we're Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. If you are new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He works for Trade Ideas. He put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so a great series for you. All free. Everything's free. Of course, except my scans. If you want to have my scans, of course, you have to be a subscriber. So this is the one I talk about a lot, the race mode. This is the big race on the right-hand side. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. So I have a lot of scans here that I am sharing. So my advice is just save my link and then you can look at my scans anytime you want. And of course, you can look at the guide anytime you want. Okay, this DWAC, I had an alert set for it for a reason. And that was, I think, because it took out that high here or that high over here, 31.45. So, I mean, this has got some room now. I'm not saying it's going to do it, but I mean, 3844 is the next high looking left, and that is for DWAC, and that is on the daily chart. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, okay? That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. I showed you the scans that I am sharing. We have a lot of other scans here. Here meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are all theme-based layouts. So if you look at the explosive winners channel, this race right here, this is what my race is based on. I've made some changes, to sort of customize it to help what I want to see, but this is basically the race. Okay. And it's based on the biggest gainers from the open. So when you go through the different channels and you see the different scans we've got, if you saw something that you liked, all you have to do, and you want to make it part of your layout, what you have to do, you have to take it out of this layout. And how to do that is if you right click on the scan, and then where it says duplicate into free floating window, you do that, and then guess what? It becomes a free floating window. Okay, so that's how, if you saw something you liked, instead of having to, keep on the channel all day long, most people, what they want to do is maybe go through the different channels, extract some scans that looked interesting to them, save them to the cloud, because that would be the next step. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Okay, now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to another channel. Let me go to the momentum channel. Usually very popular, the momentum channel. And there's the TBLT. Okay. I mean, no, I know I said maybe 3 might block it, but I mean, I'm not, look at this thing, run. Okay. TBLT right here. So if you like this scan, this is a momentum scan. First of all, in order to see what it's looking for, and same thing, if you took any one of my scans, you just right click, configure, and then click on the summary. And this will tell you what this scan is looking for. So what these filters, these icons here, these are our filter icons. Every one of these conditions have to be met. So these are what we call and. So stocks have to be between 1 and 50, and the current volume has to be at least 100,000 shares. And I'm sorry, the volume today has to be at least 100,000 shares, and the current volume has to be at least 3, etc. So all these filter requirements have to be met. If those requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is the trigger. Okay. So let's take a look at Vox and see what it's doing. Unfortunately, when I have this open, I have to close this down. But just last word on this. If you like this scan the way it is, then you do what I showed you. You just duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Okay. But if you wanted to make a change to it, for instance, if you didn't like this price range, maybe you thought, 1 in 50, I want 10 and 100. Maybe you wanted a higher minimum volume. It's up to you, but click on summary. Now you see how it's changed to 10 and 100. I can click OK now. That's why C will fall. Well, C could have shown up before anyway. Now you might say, hey, wait a minute. 1028, it's past 1028. It's 1036 now. But if you load a scan, you're going to see typically the last one. And you can see C is just running still. Okay, it is absolutely running still. And this is an earnings play. A big move for Citigroup. So All I'm really trying to show you is you can take the scan and you can adjust it, to your style of trading, maybe a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume. If you get good, once you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you want to add in another filter, okay, or take a filter out. It's certainly up to you. And then you can save it to the cloud, you know, duplicate it into the free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Now, if you leave this channel and then you come back, your change is not saved. The reason for that is that these channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what other people want. So just remember that. But typically, I think the main use of it, to me anyway, is to go through the different channels, start taking some scans out that you might like, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back, file, load from cloud, you click on it, load it, find another one, load it, and then you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Okay, now what I've just gone over, I'm not trying to teach you how to use trade ideas right now. Okay, I'm giving you an overview. All of this is covered, if you take the getting started and then go to the guide. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can, like from scratch. If you want to build your own scans, if I click on an alert window, right click, configure. Now, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. All these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. These icons here, and if I scroll down, these are the filter icons. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to use trade ideas or to build their own scans. So they tried to come up with enough different alerts and different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to build their own scans. We have all sorts of different trading styles, okay, but you don't have to learn them all. I know I don't even look at 95% of them. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we have. If you want to find out about them, you just have to click on, say, the new high, left click on it and click on the help. So if you do want to find out about them, yeah, we've got them all here. You can kind of cruise through and see, oh, that could be interesting. This could be interesting, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay, just get that. I really want to make that point, hammer that point home. You don't have to learn them all. Just like you don't have to learn everything in the user guide. Now, if you have our premium service, then you have access to our AI. We nicknamed it Holly. And what I would do is I would click on new and then AI slash Holly's excuse me, AI slash Holly strategy trades window. And this is what you'll see. Okay. So the way it works is that nothing happens until at least 9:35. In other words, you'll get no alerts from the AI until at least 9:35. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. So on Monday morning, when you load before 9:30, this window will be blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have a suggested entry, you have a stop. Okay. I don't really trade the AI that much. A lot of it, I'm really focusing way more on the racing. But from time to time, I use it like a watch list. So if I saw something I liked, like anything else, just because I get an alert in some of my scans doesn't mean I pile into the trade. These are ideas. That's all this is for me. It's an idea. Let me know, Mike, if you have the earnings per share filter in there. Do you have the EPS filter? With the 0.01, 001, and minus 0. 0.001. Are you using the EPS? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, check that because that could block it. Every now and then, especially something that's really new, like USEA is. If you use that, and just explain what I'm talking about. If you don't want to see ETFs, you just want to see stocks as an example in your scans, there is a bit of a hack that if you use the earnings per share filter, I may have even taken it out here, but did I put it here? Yeah, I took it out. But if you use the earnings per share filter, I'm just going to search on EPS. Okay, here it is, EPS. If you add that filter to a scan and you put, say, 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max, okay? What that'll prevent is for you're seeing any ETFs, okay? It'll just show stocks. The problem is that every now and then that'll block a stock like USEA, which is sort of new. And also for some reason we see Israeli stocks seem to be blocked by it. So it's up to you. Yeah, so take a look, do a history, and see if you see it now, Mike. My guess is that's the reason. Yeah, it did finally do it. You're right. It did bounce. All right, guys, and just briefly talking about the Brokerage Plus window that you see here, this big blue window, upper left-hand corner of my monitor. We call it Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I put the link. It's called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Only with those two, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, all that means is you can't use this window. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your scanner is or who your scanner is, who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. You just won't have access to this feature. That's all it means. Okay. So don't think that if you don't have IB or E-Trade, oh, does that mean you can't use Trade Ideas? No, it just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. This feature is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please don't trade don't trade your live account until you have practiced trading. I know you just want to start. I know you get the program Trade Ideas. Remember what it's called, Trade Ideas. It's not trade this stock when you get an alert. That's not what it's called. It's called Trade Ideas. So if you have absolutely no trading experience, you've got to practice trading. Yeah, you might get lucky. You might take a stock that we're all talking about and it soars higher and you get lucky and you make money. Great. But in the long run, you better practice trading. Okay. And you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Well, what I mean by that is that you don't even need a broker. If you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Because again, it's using our real-time data and it's very simple to use. The Brokerage Plus window can be loaded from new from our toolbar, and then you click on Brokerage Plus. something like this will show up. When I say something, you may have different columns, but it'll look like that. And starting from scratch, I'm going to disconnect. So what you'll see, it should say not connected. You click on sim for paper trading simulation. It'll turn to account. When it turns to account, click on it and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Meanwhile, CLNN, yes, is soaring now. Took out yesterday's high. I know Zach mentioned it a little while ago. It did get up to 546 in the after hours yesterday. Now the simulator again is very simple to use. You just click on an alert. Let's click on USEA. There's an alert from the race, or of course down here, and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. You click the buy button. That kind of sets it up, and then you click send, and then now you're practicing. Why you see this HTGM? I was demonstrating, taking this trade. I don't even remember when I did it, maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So here's how you can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of the trade by the end of the day, it'll just carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. So please practice trading before you start to trade. Yeah, so I didn't like the Nixie just because of this resistance. What did it get up to? It got up to 218 and the high is 229. So it got, relatively close to that. I just didn't really like it. To me, it just didn't have enough room. I mean, I know USEA has, really retraced now quite a bit, but look at the room it had. I mean, once it was above that high right there of 3. So you look left and look at the room it had, 715. Are we having problems with the charts? Not that I'm aware of. Somebody asked a question, are we having problems with the charts? Take this one in. This is moving. I don't think so. I'm just looking at my real time in Interactive Brokers. That is the price. The chart reflects that. So I don't think so. Well, there could be about a second delay, okay, but what version of Trade Ideas are you on? I mean, we used to have about a 7-second refresh, but that's months ago, okay? But I'm just looking here, and all I'm doing is I'm just looking at the bid ask on like the last trades in Interactive Brokers, and it's well, it seems to me bang on. Okay, well, I mean, I can't. I mean, we are. I mean, we used to have a 7 or 8 second delay a long time ago, a refresh rate, but that is long gone. So there are no problems with the charts as far as I know. No, I'm looking here. All right, for you SIGA players, SIGA, SIGA. What's the high over here? Is 1444. Of course, monkeypox. I don't know. So here's some news. They're pumping out news left and right. SIGA and Calaver enter cancer collaboration using their therapy. Okay. Nice. I think Shady, I think you shorted this TXG. I think you said you shorted it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know, I think our, if you want to call it a refresh, is like a second or so, okay? But it's certainly nothing, in my opinion, anyway, nothing to worry about or even consider. Look at iTub. All right, guys, 10:54. Actually, I'm going to find out who is going to be in our YouTube room today. Well, I don't know about this rhythm now. I thought maybe these two, I mean, there's two topping tails here and then these two bottoming tails, but I thought maybe that might spur it on, but it just doesn't look. I mean, it's 2 million shares have traded. I mean, it's 5 times normal, but it just doesn't. Yeah, look like it wants to run. And yeah, this is shortable for me too. 77,000 is All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to be taking it over our YouTube room. We got two guys on off today. Andy normally does it, and then it would normally be Chris, but he's off today now too. So figure out who is going to be taking over in YouTube at noon. What are the parameters? Are you talking when you say parameters? So for instance, that green line there, that's the 200 day SMA as an example. Is that what you mean? Oh, that's on the daily, but on the weekly, I don't even know. I can't remember. I guess I have the 80 MA, the SMA 20. Well, the time frame, of course, is weekly and monthly, so that's the time frame. And the lines, that blue line there, it looks like that is the SMA 20 on the weekly. And the orange line looks like that's the 8 EMA 8. I don't even know why I have them, to be honest, on there. I probably should get rid of them. I don't use them. Well, all of them, all of them. That's why I have them here. I use them all. Okay. Obviously, the 15 and I shouldn't say obviously, but the 15 and 5 kind of give me my intraday looks. And then if I'm in a trade, I want to see where the next highs are. So especially if I'm taking a trade near the high of the day, I want to know where the next high is on the daily chart. If I can't see the next high on the daily chart, and I don't want to have to do this, like elongate it or anything, zoom out, zoom in. I look at the weekly chart. If I can't see it there, then I look at the monthly. So I use them all. The 2 minute is more for seeing if there's any big volume increase. And of course, the SPY is here always, just so I can keep track of what the overall market's doing. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. Things have slowed down just a little bit for me now. Hassie, that's the one that Hindenburg was all over, right? Was it Hindenburg last week or 3 days ago, I guess? 3 days ago? Clobbered them? Yeah, good call on the short underneath 870 for rhythm. I guess those two topping tails meant more than those two bottoming tails. I've been slacking on these IPOs, so let's take a look at the news on this one. So So is this a SPAC? Digital World Acquisition. I know that's a SPAC. Hmm. Trying to figure out where they're out of. Southeast Asia, but it doesn't say the country, or I might have to elongate this a bit. Well, I mean, I think Interactive Broker. I mean, listen, is it like Centerpoint or what Cobra or whatever the other one is that has virtually always has inventory of shorts? No, but I think Interactive Brokers is a great broker, general purpose broker, if you will, with a decent inventory of shorts. I've been using it for 6 years now, and I mean, time to time, of course, I'm going to find there are no shorts available, but it doesn't happen enough that it upsets me. 16 million shares. Interesting. Oh, I had a lot of, yeah, I mean, it was 2 million, almost 2 million shares. Yeah, 2 million, over 2 million shares available Interactive Brokers for CDI. That's what got me really interested. Because obviously the more brokerages that have shares to short, if you want to short and there are a ton of shorts available, well, just think about it. It means that, there could be more selling pressure because people are able to short. Yeah, there's only one person in this room that upsets me. You can all guess who it is. Of course, it's nobody. It's like the people, somebody sitting there. Man, is it me? What did I do? All right, guys. USEA maybe getting set for round three. I mean, it's starting to base here, some bottoming tails here, or maybe not. I mean, we don't know, of course, but now this one is not shortable as an example in Interactive Brokers, which is somewhat typical for a newer entry. Oh yeah, Zach, you upset me every single day. You upset me when you say you've got shorts, and I don't. That's it. And of course, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Let's see, 11:07. Things have really slowed down for me here. Maybe start paying a little more attention now to that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and see if we get any stocks coming into it on some kind of a bit of a bounce. See, I mean, I look at this blend, BLND. It's sort of showing up here in the races, not winning or anything, but just look left. So the stock's at 279. You look left, and there's a lot of stuff between there and three that it's got to get through. Don't like it. It's just that simple. I won't take the trade. Doesn't mean that it won't, just soar right through, but I just have to stick to my trading plan, which is always about looking left to see how much room something has to move until it hits the next high. Boy, this has been all over the place. Top has been halted at least three times. TOP been halted three times. So price at 780, so it's at 14, so it's not quite a double. Okay, so that rhythm, yeah, it was a short. It looks like it's trying. I still have my price alert set over 9. And see if it regains that later on in the day. Market is still super strong. Okay, so HKD just got halted again on the way down, I guess. Sorry, I guess this is the first halt. I guess this is the first halt for HKD. All right, just got a confirmation. You have Jamie again in our YouTube room. Jamie's going to be in from 12 to 1. NYMX, used to see that when it was over a dollar. Let's take a look at where it is now. 35 cents. Wow. Really? You're still in the short? Okay, well, man, you know what? I should have been paying way more attention. Look what it did. Look what RYTM did. It got down, almost kissed the 10 SMA, which is one of Steve Gomez's favorite. So it got down on the 15-minute chart, and then it bounced off it. For how long I don't know, but and that would have happened right at about 8:50, 55 or so. So there's a 30-cent bounce off that. I should have been paying way more attention to that. All right, guys, take a look at the ABCL here. I mean, this came on Zach's scan early as a bounce play. Okay, bounced a little bit, and it based down here around this 1018 mark. And now, it looks like it wants to continue here a bit. 1045, 1050. If it can get through that, then you've got 1070. So that's on Zach's bounce scan. It was a lot earlier, of course, at 954 at 1021. I don't see any bad news. They're going to be reporting. They keep saying they're talking about they're going to be reporting on the 30th on the 9th, but that's the only news I can see. Well, it's a good candidate to watch all day. It doesn't mean it's a good candidate just to pile into the trade immediately. No. Okay, but it's obviously a good candidate to watch all day. I mean, if it, I said before, if it can reclaim six somehow, maybe that 620 level, like it's trying right now, that could get it rolling again. But so I mean, all winning races means is that it's been super active all day. Okay, that's what it means. Doesn't mean absolutely 100%. You just take the trade, without looking at the charts or. I mean, there it goes. I mean, this could start it going right now sort of on a pullback. So HKD resumed on the way down here. So at the end of the day, stocks that, I would look at the top three, and I would watch them tomorrow. I mean, Monday. Okay. These are stocks that were in play all day, would have been in play all day. But remember, winning a race doesn't necessarily mean that it's making new highs. And that's kind of the beauty of it, because it could win a race, it could have pulled back and then start to move. Remember what this is all about. And so this is for people who like to play pullbacks. This is a great way to look at pullback sometimes. Something that is pulled back and then starts to move, and it looks like it's winning a race, but doesn't necessarily mean it's at the high of the day or anything. But a lot of people would rather play a pullback rather than only wait for stocks near the highs of the day. So before I do take my break, well, it's about 45 minutes, just to explain. So I'm going to duplicate this window. So this is what this race is based on, this biggest gainers from the open. So you always start off with a top list, okay? And I like using this one. Seems that, because it gives me the ones that seem to be in play most of the day. In play meaning there's some activity, there's lots of volume, lots of action. So if I right click, configure, this is all it's looking at. This is me now, okay? Stocks between 1 and 50, minimum 200,000 shares, and the price was up at least 2% from the close. So these are stocks that are positive for the day. And then I sort on the change from the open with the biggest on top. So that's what the top list is looking at. Now you may have a different idea of what you want to launch a race on, your top list. I mean, it doesn't, this is what I like, but doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you have to like. So then next step, to launch the race. Now I'm going to go over this, but this is all in the guide. All right. If you go to the Trade Ideas guide, and there's a section called TI Stock Racing. So if I right click, then I launch the stock race. So now you have some decisions. What do you want to base it on? I want to base it on the change from the open. You can base it on any column that you got here. Okay, so if you wanted to have a race based on the change from the open and you don't have the change from the open column, you have to add it. You right click, configure, columns. You could search first for the column you want, find it. And then once you do, find it, and then you just show column. So it gets added to, so you can search on it or you can base your race on it. So the next step, well, the first step is how many lanes you want. 10 is probably fine. But if you want to see more symbols, you just have to elongate the window, and then you can just use your mouse to pointer to increase the number of lanes. Okay, that just is going to show you how many stocks you want to be able to see at any time. Minutes to run, that's going to be up to you. I've chosen 4 minutes. There's no magic about it. I think probably 1 minute is too short, but that'll be up to you. You can always experiment. So I've chosen 4 minutes to run. So this is it, based on. So you notice this is a drop down, and so it based on any one of the headers that you've got. So I'm going to base it on the change from the open. And then this is the key one, the sort on. Haven't figured out a way or why you would want to use any other sort. So use delta. What that's going to show you are the stocks that are, as a stock moves higher and higher, winning the race, it'll pop right to the top. Okay, so that's what delta will do for you. And I say I can't figure out a way or any reason to sort on anything else. So just use delta. Replace car. So if you want the fact that something is starting to move higher and to replace the one on top of it and keep moving higher, then you use the replace cards. If you want to see the company logos at the beginning when we launched this, it was a racing car, but now we can have logos. If you don't have that as an option, then you have to load a later version of Trade Ideas. Go to our website and download the latest beta. Okay, I'll explain China, what it means. Last, auto rerun. So I would assume that most people, when a race is over, you'd want to start the next race immediately. Okay, so that's what auto rerun does. The next thing to do is right click and show top 10 winners. That's why on the right hand side, that's why I can see USCA has won 10 races. It's in the leader pool. Number 2, Nexi, but there's a bunch tied at 2. Okay, and then you just launch the race. And now it'll start. So what is happening? Let me stop it right now. So what does a winner mean? When you look at a top list, I'm going to sort it on the change from the open percent. So USCA is at the top here, okay? Excuse me, it is 42% above its open. ATNF is 25% above its open, etc. But by staring at this, you can't really tell if USCA is moving or not. Okay, you can't really tell. You can't tell if DBD is moving or not. The list looks somewhat static. I mean, it does change. And in the old days, and I say the old days, this list would update every 30 seconds. We are now able to update it, I think, every 2 or 3 seconds. But nonetheless, it's still difficult to know what is really moving when you're looking at this top list. So the concept of the race then is that something, and it could be USCA, which is right at the top here, but something down here, Goss, all of a sudden could be, moving higher. Volume's coming in and it starts to move higher, because every one of the stocks, when the race starts just like any other race. They're all in the same position. So the fact that Goss is only 4.7% above the open, and this one is at 43%, it doesn't matter, is when the race starts, who's starting to move? Like who's winning, okay? Who's winning the race? So that's what winning the race means, is that something down here, it could be something that's at the top, but you'd never know by just looking at this list. You'd never know. Okay, so something could be moving, and just like what's happening here, I mean, this race is just, well, it's not over yet, but as the race ends, you'll see the winner of the race. And that means that stock moved the most in relation to all the other stocks in the top list window. Now, does it mean you just pile into the trade because of that? No. But when you see something like USEA has won 10 races today, that's pretty significant. It means that at least it has to be watched all day. Not necessarily a gapper. No, it's not necessarily a gapper. I mean, the stock could have not gapped at all. It just means that it's starting to move now. But again, you'd never know. Looking at WFC, I mean, who knows? Maybe WFC is really starting to move, but you'd never know just by looking at this list. It's moving faster than any other stock that meets all the filter requirements in this top list. Okay, that's what it means. So look at Vox right now. Nothing spectacular. It's only 1% move, but Vox, that's why, I mean, I wouldn't be too interested. However, you know, something that is, I mean, this is only 1% right now, but it could be just getting started. So no harm in clicking on it to see what it's doing. It could just be getting started. And this is all going to be improved. I mean, this is a big improvement from when it first started. Um, but it's going to get more smooth as something starts moving up. It'll get more smooth looking. So here's Arab as an example, AREB. Now, does that mean you take the trade just because it's leading a race right now? Now, the other thing to remember, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to decide if you want to take the stock. If something is really starting to move, you just click on it, and see what's happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to see if it actually so-called won the race. Now, what this allows me to do is really just focus on one window. Yes, I have these other windows here, okay? But look how many alerts I get all day long. Hardly any. So I'm not distracted very much at all. And a lot of these ones are probably in this, probably in that top list anyway. Okay, the same thing with the 10-day daily breakdown and up, not many alerts all day long. So I'm not distracted at all. If I had to, I could just, I mean, I've said this before. I could probably just use this as just to use this all day long and nothing else. I call it a hybrid between, a top list and an alert window. Here's your top list, and then as it's moving up, I'm getting a real-time alert as it's moving up. I think for new people at trade ideas, you can get very overwhelmed by all the different types of alerts, alert windows and scanners and alert windows that you have and top list windows. If you just focus, if you had a nice top list to start your races from, and I think this is a pretty darn good one, and just use it like a watch list all day long. Just concentrate on these stocks. Never mind anything else. All right, guys, there's rhythm right back up here. Are you still short, Shady? Rhythm is right back up now. Key area to try to take out that 915. I think with some good volume. Volume is actually coming in. Look at the 5-minute chart. Volume is starting to come in, but it has stalled several times at this area. Yeah, I mean, look at TAN. I think TAN has had a huge bounce. Yeah, I mean, what a great bounce. And that's every single solar stock has probably done the same thing. All right, guys. This is from Zach's bounce play, CVM. Not really done too much yet. Sharing my TA. What do you mean, Ray? I'm always on a development version. If that's what you mean, I can't share that, but I'm always on a development version. You have access to on the website. I don't even know what it is right now. Is it 0.89? Yeah, so 0.89, you should, I would have point 0.8. I don't have, I'm on a development version, okay? But the latest version you have access to is 5.5.89, okay? I can't even remember I think I'm on something 0.96 now, helping about. Yeah, 0.96. I'm always the guinea pig for all this stuff, okay? Because I'm I'm the biggest user of the program in terms of anybody at Trade Ideas because I'm, what I do all day long. So I'm always, if there's something going wrong, I can always let the developers know, hey, this isn't working the way it's supposed to, things like that. So, okay, that's why you still have cars. Yes, 0.89, you can get rid of the cars if that's what you don't want the cars. Well, I can say I sort of missed the boat on the CVTL. I mean, it did have the news with American. This is this vertical takeoff and landing technology that will, eventually be in a lot of airports. I mean, I'm sure it's a few years off, but eventually. So they had it, I guess they have some kind of a deal going with American Airlines. All right. Well, I don't know, Zach, did you ever take this ABCL? I took a little bit, not at 1021, but it's had a decent little bounce now. Remember, I was mentioning it right here, when it was curled up here. So it's had a decent little bounce. Racing is included with standard, yeah. Really, the only premium feature really is the AI. And, I got to admit, I don't really use the AI that much. If I see something, I use it like a watch list. If I see something in the price range I like, maybe. I mean, the short, I didn't take it, but, there's a short of Pinterest, PINS at 2040 is at 2019 now, but I've got enough going on. All right, my next focus really is on this rhythm to see if it takes out that 915 area again, but and stay there for a while. This to me, this next day is just a messy one. I mean, look at the the choppiness on the 15-minute chart, the 5-minute chart, up down, up down, up down. William, where are you? Back of the what is your what's your information on CDXS? CDXS? Because now looks like really bounce worthy. 934. There is a resistance area, but well, that's me not using it, Larry. I can't speak for our other users. That's just me. 238. So it's so it's still at a premium now. Okay, thank you, William. Yeah, there's no such thing as nothing going on in the market that would trade ideas. I mean, that's the whole thing. We can always find stuff. I don't care if the market's moving down, if the market's moving up. We can always find things. Look at this SEA. Look at that. I mean, that bounce. Guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back, and so so the rhythm is still trying again. I know I had that price alert, and it triggered. It moved back down a little bit. I might have to up it to 921. Take out that high. But it definitely, to me, it looks a lot better now. If the longer it holds, and I said this earlier though, the longer it holds nine, the better. Of course, sort of give it a bit of a base to move off of. No, Haida, there isn't. Question was, is there a way for something leading a race to automatically? The problem with that is that, this is leading the race right now, and then it could be replaced almost immediately, and then it could be replaced immediately by another one. You'd be, I think you'd be better served of clicking on it and watching it, and even maybe even thumbnailing it. Okay, because we get the question. The question is, something leading the race, could it be automatically just loaded into the chart? And the answer is no. We get the question every now and then, something that is popping up in my scanner, in an alert window, can it be automatically loaded into the chart? And again, no. I mean, guys, 715 is the next high, and then 725. I mean, if it gets through 725, look out. I mean, 895, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Let me just put an alert here. 725, just want to get my price alert. I'll put it at 725. I mean, it's not that far away. What a run. Must be its first, this must be its first earnings release. There it goes. Okay, so there it touched it. Now let's see if it holds and then pops through again. So I can't remember who asked me a long time ago, the fact that USEA had won 10 races. And, does that mean it's, good to buy right now? No, not necessarily, but it has to be followed all day long. All day long. I mean, when you look at the next ones, I mean, USA has dominated today. USEA has dominated today because the next one, second on the list, is at 2. So that doesn't tell you that you got to be watching this one all day long. Nothing else will. Okay, guys, rhythm, rhythm, rhythm. Well, you know that formula, Elijah. I've shown you that formula before, the custom formula. Distance to the next high. Only works if a stock has made a new high. and then it'll show you the distance to the next high on the daily chart. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so guys, wait on this USEA. I mean, if it takes that 725 out again, I mean, this has got, I mean, all sorts of room still, not 899. Okay, I'll do that. I just give me a moment. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Where are we going to find that? Here it is. Here's your custom formula, okay? That'll work on the downside and the upside. All right, I have an alert set for CTMX. Why? Okay, I see why. So there's the high over here at 147. I set that alert probably a few days ago. And so looking left, man, it's got a ton of room. 194 is the next high looking left. Now that does not mean you just take the trade right now, but it's got to be looked at because, I mean, look at the area that it could start to fill in, the gap, the void, whatever you want to call it. How do you raise or change the volume on TI? I'm not sure. Are you talking about a volume filter, Kaiden? For instance, are you talking about, what I did for my races, upping it from 20,000? No, you're not talking about that. Okay, so what are you talking about then when you say raise or change the volume? You're not talking about, are you talking about me talking, my talking, or my volume, or what volume are you talking about? And again, I'm speaking with somebody in our YouTube room. Ah, okay, you can't. Okay, you can't do it, Kaiden. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. You can't do the price range. Now, the thing is that you don't get so many alerts. Now, the only reason you may be saying that is because you want to auto trade the AI, okay? And you don't want to auto trade something that you don't like the volume on. Personally, I really recommend not auto trading the AI, number one, okay? I just don't, I don't think it's the right way to go. So consequently, you look at the AI today, I mean, there's only these, you only have 5 alerts. It's not like you're going to get 30 or 40 or 50 alerts and you're clicking like mad and not liking the volume, okay? I mean, you can see, all you have to do is click on an alert. And if you don't like the volume, then you don't take the trade, I guess. But if you're talking about auto trading, just don't agree with it. I am the anti-auto trader. I will always, I don't care, I will always want to I want to click on the alert when I get it, and I want to see what's happening and make up my mind then. Oh, now you're okay. Okay, you're talking now about, so you're not talking about share volume. You're talking about the volume. You're talking about the audio volume. Is that what you mean? Okay, well, I mean, it's relatively simple. Okay, the sound. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about, the share volume. Well, I mean, you right click on actions, okay? Click on the play sound. You can set up the sound. So now you can do it text to speech if you want. So you'll know if you just use one text to speech, you'll know it's the AI as an example. Okay, and otherwise you just use the custom sound, select, but this is a volume, this is a slider, so you could really increase or decrease the volume. Okay, but I'm still not quite sure what the issue would be, because I mean, every alert window, including the AI though, has you can put a unique sound on it. So you just have to, you hear that sound, you know it's the AI as an example. Okay, so you should have what you, in my opinion anyway, the window you should be looking at is the strategy trades all. So if you click on new, then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, this one. That's the window to look at, and then right click, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound, and as I say, you can have, if you want Holly to read the symbols out, then you pick text to speech. You just take text to speech. Otherwise, you check that use custom sound and select, and then there are 3 folders here. These 3 folders have different sounds in them. Okay, so you could try one, cash register. You could open it. You could play it. If you liked it, great. Say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to it. You can increase the volume. This is just a volume slider. Okay. So the whole idea of sound alerts is to have a, oh yeah, you're talking about, okay, you're talking about the, when you click on new, this, all of this. Yeah, I'm on a development version. Okay, if you're talking about that drop down menu, I'm on a development version of the software. That's why I have all these other, yeah, new. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I have more because I'm on a development version of the software. Okay. I work for Trade Ideas, so I always have access to a development version. So that's why there were way more. But the only, all I wanted you to look at was the AI strategy trades window, AI/Holly strategy trades window. And when you click on that, this is what you'll see. And then again, you can start the exercise, right click, go to the actions, and just set up the sound. And the whole idea of sounds is put a unique sound, a different sound on each one of your windows. So eventually, when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Just give me a moment, Denver. I just have to, I'm waiting for, Jamie will be showing up. I just want to make sure I don't have the room on mute. No. No, there's no way to add a description. Okay. All you can add are filters, and description is not part of this set. Okay, Kai, now I want to make sure because we should get this nailed. Okay, now I got to leave in about 4 minutes, but that's okay. So did you at least get this loaded? Okay, the strategy trades by clicking on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. You can see my screen, right? Well, you obviously can see my screen because you saw all these other things. AI/Holly strategy. Okay, so you have this window loaded. You can see this, right? So if you can see it, then you just right click, go to actions, and then just follow this, click on the play sound, set up the sound. And remember, all we're trying to do here is attach a sound to this window. So when you get an alert when there's a new alert, you'll hear it. So I can't tell you what to use, but if you want to use text to speech, so that when you get an alert from the AI, it's a female voice, she'll actually read the symbol out. She'll say NEXI, or if it's a word, she might say wolf. Okay. So that would be text to speech, or you can use a custom sound. Click on that use custom sound and then select. And then these three folders, Mad Money, Voice Number One, and Web, these are all built in for you. You just click on say Mad Money, and you'll see these are sound alerts that you can use. And you can kind of, you want to put applause as your sound alert. You left click on it, highlight it. If you open it and then play it, you'll hear what it sounds like. If you like that, then say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached to the AI window. I mean, it's the same with alert windows, but okay, but that's how you can, so you'll have a unique sound, for this window. So when you hear that sound, you'll know it's an AI alert. That good? And then make sure at the end of the day, you have to save your work. You have to, when you exit trade, I know if you make any change at all, you have to save your work.
Barry,
James,
hello.
you. Just a minute. Let me get my music down so I can really hear you. There you are. Thanks for filling in for, well, I guess Andy and then, I mean, sort of Chris too today.
Right, a lot of people out today, but for a good cause.
What's the cause? I don't know. What is the good cause? How come?
All convening in California and having meetings and, stuff like
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Super secret stuff.
That would have been you, Jamie, when you still lived in California.
Oh, I know, I know.
I know.
Now I'm just toughing it out in the desert. Okay, my friend, I'm ready to go. If you are, let me grab the
Yeah.
screen.
And you don't have to leave early or anything. I can take over earlier if you have to leave.
Right at the top of the hour is fine.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have an appointment earlier. Okay. You got it, Jamie. Take my screen or take your or start sharing your screen. Okay, I can see
All
your
right,
screen.
should
I'll
be able
mute
to see
myself
it.
now.
Okay, we'll see you in about an hour, Barry.
Okay.
Bye bye. Hello, everyone. Does everybody see my big checkered flags and can you hear me okay? Hello, Iris. Mike. Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second here, make a few adjustments. And last but not least, a pin. Hey, Wolf. How's everybody doing today? Happy Friday. As Barry was saying, usually I'm not on Friday. I'm typically Wednesday, but Andy is off in California doing some cool stuff, so I'm filling in. Hello, Aya. Okay, so everybody can see and hear okay, that's good. Notice the races. Now, I was talking about this one, the change in 2 minute on Wednesday, the one over here on the left, right? So I added it as a complement to my regular change from open just to see if there were any correlations. And boy, let me tell you, USEA, USEA. But I got to tell you, the first time I saw USEA, it was on this one, winning change in 2 minute race. And here's the chart right here. Of course, pre-market, but you can see my brokerage plus buy right here. So that one's treating me well today. Another race candidate that's a little bit more jittery is this guy here. Um, Stopped out and then re-entered after that wick right there. Little second mouse gets the cheese trade, and it's been up nicely since that point. But bought it here, got stopped out here, went back in, used low of that wick as an exit, so I was risking very little. It happened to stick. Now it's throwing some curveballs right now, but I'm more focused on this relative volume right here. Took a little bit off. We're going to see what the remainder does, but check out that relative volume there. That's nothing to sneeze at. Kicking out almost 25 million shares when there's only not quite 50 million in the float, just a hair over 47 million. So definitely some good plays from the races today. Happy Friday to you as well, Willow. Hey, Dave. I didn't really change anything in this top list that's hiding behind here, Iris. All I did, if we move this guy over, you can see it's the exact same top list. All I did, because when we're working with races, it's all about the columns, right? We want to, rank our race by change from the open over here on the right in this one. But this one, you'll notice I added change in 2 minute, and that is what we're running the race on here. So change from open, change from 2 minute. If we look at the race setup, you can see change from 2 minute and delta value. So pretty much identical to this one over here. We're just using the change in 2 minute and sorting on delta value. And I've got mine functioning in the top 10 mode. So if we right click, you'll see, I could say show all winners, but then you have to scroll around and look for the guys that have won the most. Whereas I just prefer to have it on top 10 here. So we're going to see some duplicates in this race over here on the right and over here on the left. This is basically looking at change from the open, this middle one here, but only looking at the list of China stocks that Andy developed. All right, just reading your question there, PC. Oh, you're talking about the container mechanism, PC. So when I click on a channel, just say I click on Weed Watchers there, it's going to open up a container. Now, you're right, you got to drag the container around. Everything's contained within all the separate windows. But here's a little trick. If you just want to grab a window from one of these containerized channels that you spawn to PC, all you have to do is right click and then say duplicate into free floating window. Now that window will become a free floating window, and you can find a home for it on your layout or do whatever you'd like with it. That's one way to manage the container channels. Now, also too, keep in mind if we go to tools and options, let's see here. I want to say we do have this option here under layouts, open and docked window, but that's going to be when you spawn something from the toolbar. So PC, let me know if that kind of solves your issue. If when you click on a channel, opens it up in its own container, and you're like, hey, I really like this top list. So all you'd have to do to extract this guy out, right click, duplicate into free floating, then you can kill the channel and do what you will with that window. Okay, reading your comment there. You're not getting the multi-window container, just have a full screen, single window. Oh, that is odd. Because when you, let me just pull up another one here. So they're not all organized. They're not all organized like this. There's just tabs for each one. Right. That is odd. Let me think about that for a second. And while I'm doing that, let's see here. Yeah, Iris, I can drop the link in there for the change in 2 minute, no problem. Give me a second. And then let's see, Willow. Yeah, I'll walk you through that, Willow. We just have to add the column, so that's easy peasy. Okay, so first off, I'm just going to share the top list here for the change in 2 minute. Actually, I'll just share the race because it'll have the settings. Okay, so here's the change in 2 minute. All right, that's there. Okay, got to circle back to you, Willow. I have erased my favorite songs, but change from the open isn't listed as a choice. Okay, so if change from the open is not listed when you come in here to show the race setup in the drop-down menu there, and what I'll do is I'll just stop the Chinese race real quick. So to illustrate, if you hit the drop-down menu and you don't see change from the open, here's what you have to do. Now, change from the open is already in there, but we go to the top list from which we're running the race, and we would just simply go and find change from open and then add the column. Now, since change from the open is already in there, for example, I'll pick one that's not in there. In your case, you would find change from the open and just highlight it. Then these buttons become active. Once you highlight it, all you have to do is hit show column and then hit OK. So I added 10-minute volume. So now when I go to the race setup, it's going to be visible in this drop-down menu. Well, I might have spoke too soon there. It should. Okay, try this again. Change in 2 minute. Let's try that one. Okay, so launch real-time stock race. Now you see the one that I just added. We've got volume in the 10-minute period and the change in 2-minute. So that's how you add the column to the underlying top list, and then it'll be visible there for you, Willow. So let me know if that does it for you. Okay. Yeah, and PC, getting back to your issue there, for example, if I spawn a new docked window here, or if I take one of my existing windows and I duplicate it into a dock window like this, you're just getting all the windows laid on top of one another with the respective uh, tabs. That's the issue, right? So then if I started doing this to other top list like so, and then just throwing in some other random stuff here. Throw a chart in there as well. Okay, so here's your issue, right? You're seeing this. You're not seeing them all arranged, right? Now I forget where I'm supposed to drag from. Okay, that's it. Yeah, but so notice when I drag it, that little directional guy pops up, and then you hover over the area where you want that window to be, and then you can start rearranging them. But that doesn't solve the mystery of why your channels are opening up in tab format. Let me just go review the. Now, if you go to Tools, Options, is this window unchecked or checked? I don't really think that's going to matter, but you'll notice that mine is unchecked and is working properly. I've just never experienced that or had anyone tell me that before. Hmm. I guess I'll have to back channel and see if anybody else has experienced that, PC. I wish I could tell you how to fix it right now. Um, so Willow, I mean, are you telling me that when you go into your top list and you go to search and you just type in change, and we could even put a space and go open. So Willow, did you find change from open yet? Because once you find it, all you do is click on it, say show column, and click OK. Of course, mine's already in there. Okay, good. So you just had to respawn the channel bar and then the problem resolved itself, PC? Hopefully that's the case. Okay, good deal, Willow. Excellent. Yeah, that was kind of strange. Okay, so I killed the China race for now. Let's see here. USEA on both, EVTL on both, but notice more races won over here on the 2-minute race. Cordob, that one's been making the rounds. KSPN, yeah. a reb, yep, a con. Okay, so AKAN not on the change from open. Not a bad little mover, but not a whole lot of movement. Well, actually 91 up to buck 05. Not bad on a percentage basis. AFib not over here. So just as suspected when I first started watching the 2-minute race, going to see a lot of duplicates, but then every once in a while, one is going to show up over here. Well, I don't know why my race is glitching out like this and keeping the flag up there, but that's why we test. Well, I don't want to lose the data, so I'll just have to tolerate that for now. But I will need to take a little screenshot there for the developers. Okay, looks like we're caught up in the questions panel. If I did miss anybody, just let me know and I'll backtrack. Oh, Apex, I didn't see your comment in there. Why not just get rid of the auto trading feature since it's useless? And you as a poster child, yeah, I don't even believe in it. Oh, you must have been talking to Barry. You know, everybody's got different views on auto trading, okay? Auto trading works in a mechanical sense, but it's just like any other tool. You know, there are days where automation does better than others. What are those days? I don't know. Um, you know, from a statistical data set perspective, right? If you're thinking about running the AI, then you pretty much have to do it every day. In a zero commission environment like E-Trade, you know, you can do that and run it in a live environment just to see what happens. Go, hey, I'm comfortable with this. But here's the deal with auto trading, we all know that there's going to be slippage on price entry, right? AI says, hey, signal came out at 10, but if you auto executed it, you might have gotten the same price. But more times than not, you're going to get a slightly worse price. So if the AI marked its trade at 10, you know, if I pull the AI panel over here, pins, it's short at 2040, SOLN, long at 53.54. If I had been auto trading the AI today, more than likely I would have gotten filled at 53, 56, 57, 2, 3, 4 cents of slippage or less. Sometimes you get the exact price. Every once in a while, you get a better price because the algos move around so quickly. But in the end, on a batch of trades, whether it's 10 or 100, you're going to experience X amount of slippage you know, per trade um, on the long side and the short side. Now, pretty much if you're going to run market orders, you're going to get filled in all your long positions. But here's the caveat. On short positions, you don't always get your fill. Sometimes you're not even allowed to put the order out because the broker dealer doesn't have stock to loan out. So, you know, that's one of the things that you can't really fold into a simulation is, well, on a down day where the shorts did the best, if you got filled in all the longs, but you missed the two big winners that were short trades, or one big winner that was a short trade because you couldn't execute because it was hard to borrow, well, then the AI shows that it made money, but you couldn't get the big short off. So you actually lost money. So these are all things to consider, right? The AI is another high quality information stream that you do have the ability to automate, but automation is not for everyone. What do I think of Halo and Ango holding over the weekend? Oh my. Let me take a look-see here. Okay, so looking over here at the the daily, Got a little bleedy through the 10 period, as we can see, but it seems that the 20 period acted as a little, catch mechanism. Already had a line drawn on this one from, looking at it previous time. Notice it butted right up to this little area right here, acting as, you know, potential support for now. And we're getting a little upturn. I like the little the wick put in. If we reclaim that 10 period, if we close above the green line here, the 10 period, then it's looking strong heading into the weekend. Because what we have here, 1, 2, 3, we'll call that 4 consecutive down days, butting up against an area that could be acting as support, just looking at these candles, but also, in the armpit of the 10 and the 20. Looking strong today, so if we get a good close above that 10, then in my opinion, it is looking strong heading into the weekend, and relative volume down here trying to turn back up. As far as Ango goes, let's see, 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th consecutive green day. Going to look back here to May. Let me just pull this line down here. Okay, so right at the top of that, not quite a doji there, but if we got to the upper extreme of this wick on the 3rd of May, that's where it's stopping so far. I mean, looking at the 15-minute, it hasn't really stopped. It broke its opening range here, as we can see, through that nice little wick up there, regrouped, 10 periods in control. So looking decent, but in my opinion, if this one closes above the line here, then it could be strong going into the weekend. Relative strength has already turned back up, but I'd really like to see a close above this line, to give us affirmation here. So Ango's looking good, and if it closes above this 2148 area, then perhaps this area becomes support as opposed to potential supply, which is what it is right now. Um, eh, I'm just saying, in energy expenditure, right? 1, 2, third day of energy expenditure. Okay. Um, the more consecutive up days or down days a stock has, then the rubber band is getting stretched tighter and tighter. Um, I don't really use that metric to say, well, it's already had, 4 green days, but 3 of them have been, heading upwards. I'm just saying that, energy expenditure on this one has been larger than low. First day of, bouncing up from that area. And not saying that one is better than the other. It's just a simple observation. All I would really be concerned about here is how this thing closes today. Because if we get rejected here and close, then we might go visit the 10 period again down here. But the 10 period has been a pretty good, metric to pay attention to here. So once again, Hada, don't really have a number of up days or down days that's, magical. Sometimes they put in a lot more consecutive up days than that. That's just my observation as it heads up to this potential area of supply. Hello, Michael. What about WBD? Ah, okay. Well, first let's take a look at the weekly. Relatively some kind of spin-off from Warner Brothers. Let's do this first. Let's just anchor the VWAP on the weekly, give us an idea of what might be in store. Okay. Anchored to the first week, it's been well below. Obviously, this younger issue, so to speak, is trying to find some footing. Let's see what the low was, 1277. So we're about a buck off of all-time lows here. Looking at the weekly, the good news is if we think the selling might be done, and this thing's probably just trying to consolidate and figure out what's next, our risk is clearly defined at low 1277. So if I was going to swing this one, could buy here, and my exit, if I'm wrong, is clearly defined. Now, if I did take this trade and the low is 1277 and I didn't want to risk it too much, roughly about a point here, but I'd probably put it about a dime outside of the all-time low. So 1267, 1265. So you'd be risking a little over a point on this one, about a point and about a buck 15, about a buck 20, let's call it that. So you want to size up accordingly. Now, if this thing does get some moxie later on and decides to start moving, judging on the weekly here, here's the 10 period, which may come into play and act as, an area of resistance. But if it gets through here, that anchored VWAP is going to be a very interesting area to pay attention to. Now that's on the weekly. Let's do the daily. It's going to compress the chart up. Let me make sure we jive. Let's see, that was 411. This over here is 411 too. Okay, now let's anchor on the daily. Okay, pretty much same song and dance. 18, 24. So on the weekly, if we did have a convergence to this anchored VWAP, we're looking at right about 18 bucks. On the daily, we're looking right about 18 bucks, just about 18.18, a little bit over 18.18. But once again, this is that same low water mark here. So betting that WBD is just trying to consolidate and gain some strength for that up move. Risk is clearly defined. And we've got some interesting, not only the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading, if we went ahead and threw another one over here on the high, the day of the high, probably gonna be pretty close. And of course it is. Now, what if we just went ahead, sprayed the board, anchored to the low too? Yeah, just laid it right on top of there. So, risking slightly over a point and then just see what happens if I were to take this swing trade. All right, let's look at CPG. All right, clearly this level here has been very popular as a support mechanism. I mean, we've got this area back here lining up, also lining up with these candle bodies. Of course, they got to throw a little extra pain in there, and that's what those wicks represent. Everybody that had stops right here, they made sure to flush most of them out. And the 10 period seems to be ruling the roost on the downside here. Now, we've seen what it's done many times, off of this level here, 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 all through here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, not quite here, 4 and 5. Now, right now, it's trying to form a doji. Maybe it closes on a daily doji, maybe not. But if I was going to take a swing trade on this one, I'd use right outside of the wicks on these candles right here. So 650-ish on the entry, a little below. You could even, take it down to the 580s, 590s as a stop loss. If we do close on a doji, that's always a good indicator that a move on the next day is going to be imminent, or high probability of a move on the following day. Only problem is we don't know if that move is going to be up or down. But obviously, this is looking like a pretty decent long swing trade candidate, but these levels right here would be crucial. Keep in mind, this is not me recommending anything to anybody. It's just giving you my 2 cents on what this might mean. So NM. Okay, first, this weekly speaks volumes. What a fall from grace from 183 down here to a little under 70 cents. Not really familiar with the history of why that is the case, but it doesn't really matter. All we know is this thing's been beaten down to extremes, and it is currently just chipping away at this, I guess the low back here is probably it. So definitely some bottom fishing on this one. Of course, the gap up today, when it was down here, 54 cents, what you're risking 7 cents maybe. But since this one kind of jumped the gate today with the gap up, you know, these prior wicks are going to be this little rounded bowl pattern here, pretty much going to control the action, I would think. So if it does happen to get frisky, I mean, eyes just go to here. That's where we got up to today with the gap up. And we're looking all the way back to here. Notice this area here is also going to correspond with this area back here. And if it does get frisky, volume's not too bad today, 14 on the relative scale, but that just looks like the room right there that currently exists. Hey, do you think the market rolls over again? Well, it very well could. I mean, look at the action here. We're just kind of ebbing and flowing in this little range right here. Now, close above this area, looking at this little area right here. Resistance, resistance, back through. Will it act as support? Nope, didn't. Back through again. Now it's trying to reclaim. So, you know, depends on your definition of rollover. Sure, we could edge back down into this territory if we have a weak close today, or maybe the market girds its loins, and on Monday and Tuesday we gravitate back up to here. But we're definitely range bound right here. So flip a coin, a grind up next week or a rollover next week. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Jathan, does Andy still have COVID? I hope not. I know that, he had a bout with it a couple of weeks ago, but I think everybody was fine. And that is correct, Mike. Talking about that long-term chart earlier where they just increase that pain threshold a little bit more and flush out the weekends and take it back up. There's a lot of banter about server side stops. In other words, at a lot of brokerage firms, you put your stop in, they can see it. And so the theory is, well, if they can see your stop, they can go get it. Guess what? They don't have to see your stop to go get it because they know whether they can see them or not doesn't matter. The algos know on these technical levels, well, they don't know, but there's a high probability that the stops are at levels of support, levels of resistance, um, for shorts. And so server side stops don't really play ball when it comes to, oh, well, they don't know my stops are there. In my opinion, where server side entries, whether it's using stops for entries or stops to get you out, at your brokerage firm, when you submit those stops, guess what it does? It takes up buying power. But if your stops, whether they be for entries or exits, are held server side, guess what? Doesn't eat up your buying power. They only fire when they're supposed to, and then hopefully you have the buying power to execute. Whereas at most broker dealers, every stop you put in takes away from your buying power. That's just my 2 cents on invisible or server side stops. Okay, I do believe we're caught up. STT's been on the move today. Okay, the question is, how much time do you spend preparing for the next trading day? Do you do pre and post market prep? How do you know when to shut it down to? Well, let's answer the last question first on this one. Um, in this market environment, it's real easy, especially if you're trading intraday, to be up nicely in the first hour. And then if you don't take profits or you just stick with the original stop losses, what I've noticed a lot of the times is, just slowly but surely, you get back to flat a lot of the times. That's been my personal experience. So here lately, especially in the market, that we're in, kind of just grinding around down in this range here. Um, I've been doing a lot more scalping than swing trading. Not saying I don't take a few trades if they look just because they look really choice doesn't mean they're going to work. Um, but most of the symbols that I'm keeping my eyes on are being generated via my races, right? So sure, at the end of the day, I take all the stocks that were in play, or I take the stocks that I actively traded, because more than likely, if they're coming through the races and they've got extremely large relative volume. So let's see, let's take a look at USEA today. Okay, notice the relative volume right here, 17. Okay, don't know why we don't have any float data on this one, um, but it's definitely in play, right? It's a younger issue, volume starting to come into it, so this is definitely going to be on my watch list, right? And any stock that I traded via a race is going to be on my watch list for the next day because it might be coming through the races the next day, maybe it's not. But the one thing for certain is the prior day it was in play. Okay, it's kind of a variation of the top lists that are powering these races here. Okay, position or change from open. Okay, let me just make sure my sort is accurate here. So look at USEA. It's up 60%. It's doing massive relative volume. It's having a big day for a young stock. Okay. Um, so do you think it might go to sleep tomorrow? Possibly, but not probable, not highly probable. More than likely, it's going to be active again tomorrow. That doesn't mean I'm just going to jump into it, but if it sets up nicely on the daily, or I'm seeing it win race after race after race in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, and it sets up properly, then I might participate. Now, what I really liked about USEA on this entry here is number one, a pretty identifiable range break from its pre-market highs. Pre-market highs for this guy today being here. A little swoop down. We got the opening candle below. Boom, it comes up and breaks it. Then I notice it's been winning a lot of my 2-minute races. So that's why I was like, okay, we already had a break from the pre-market range. We're close to the open. If I'm risking, the opening price, not that big of a risk. Okay, take the trade. Worked out nicely. Along those lines, all of the stocks that you're seeing me pull up right now, okay? Look how boring ITHX was for a very long time. And then not including today, boom, it had some big action on what looks like a gap down, reversion back up to this area. And then today opened up and just is going bonkers. Now, it's typically a thinly traded stock, only 24 million shares, not quite 25 million shares in the float. Who cares about it when it's doing this? Unless you just want to, get some on the books and hope for a bounce. But if you would have gotten some here on a swing trade and used this flat line as your exit, look what would have happened. You would have suffered a gap down, it would have went, it got you out, then went right back to where it was, and then did what you hoped it would do. They don't all do this, but that's just kind of, wow, what a situation there, right? You're betting for a big move, but before the big move, boom, pain, right back up, and then the big move. Sometimes the big move just happens, right? But I guarantee you, I'm going to watch this stock on Monday because it's doing huge volume for a little stock like this, and the players are in it right now. So a lot of the times, and some of you have already heard this, take positive change from open. Also over here, hiding under here, I've got negative change from open. All right. So a lot of the times what I do, or most of the time, to compile my list outside of the races, I'll take the top 20 over here. I'll take the top 20 over here. I'll watch these to a downside ticker. I'll watch these to an upside ticker based on the premise that, hey, once they're in play big time, might be the first day they've had a big move, might be the second, third day. But typically, stocks that are in motion in this capacity, they're not just going to stop being active all of a sudden. They might peter out over time, but they're going to be good trading candidates, assuming you see your, you know, proper setup with decent risk to reward. So that's a little glimpse into my pre and post. And I do everything mostly. Everything's ready the next day, so I don't have to sit here and do a lot of fiddling around and configuring in a pre-market environment. I make my list after the market closes. I plug it in so that everything's good to go in the morning, and I can just focus on trying to identify setups. Michael, I skipped your question there. Can you look at these Bitcoin ETFs? I thought it was, what was the other one? BITI, BITI, and BITB, but I can certainly look at BTF. Valkyrie, Bitcoin Strategy ETF. Are they just investing in exchange traded future contracts on collateral investments? Yeah, because there's not a real spot price ETF right now for Bitcoin, and if the regulators have their way, looks like it's never going to happen. But as far as a technical perspective, all right, looks like this thing came out October of last year, and well, this pretty much sizes it up right here. You know, don't know if you're long, short, or whatever, or thinking about making an entry, but if you are thinking about making an entry on this guy here, risk is clearly definable, slightly outside the all-time lows. Will it ever go? No idea. What was the other one here? Beto. Okay, is this the opposite of Beatty? I always forget. Oh, this one looking very similar to the BTF. You know, it might recuperate. A couple more weeks. It's going to be meeting the 10 period there on the weekly. or if you prefer the daily. Looks like it's trying to reclaim that 10 period there. If we get a strong close today, well, this is the area right here to pay attention to. Probably squeeze that down just a hair. But this little rounded area right here, I mean, at the extremes, you'd be getting up into this wick here. So if we can hold the 10, if we can edge on up, obviously we'd have to have a close above this level. Then maybe it could go attack that next little $15 level. And then if it ever gets frisky, well, then we've got a nice little gap that could potentially fill. So that would be my areas of interest for Beto. Yes, Iris, you can run a race on A table. You can run a race on any top list. What do I think about SSYS? Yeah, a little bleedy yesterday, but it looks like it's trying to put in a close there. And I mean, this is some good amount of chop back here, but looking at the closer candidate, it's definitely it might find some supply there. And if not, then we're looking at this next little tranche up here. Right. Looking strong on the 10. Maybe we go attack this level. This level is either going to reject it, provide some supply, or we get through it. If we get through it, then this level here comes into play. Relative strength turning up. Well, I tell you what, Iris, that's weird. Let me just see if I'm sure I have a copy of the A table in here somewhere. Okay. Yeah, should be number 2. Any top list, that should be the second option right there. Right click, launch real-time stock race. Correct. That I was thinking the exact same thing. I look up, I see Barry's shiny face there telling me what I was thinking. You might have been trying to do it on an alert window. But the A table's always been a top list, so a little confusing there. So Iris, you're telling me that on a top list, you don't have the option to launch a real-time stock race, but on your other top list, you do have the option to launch a stock race? Because if it's on one, it should be on all of them. But you do have option for race on your other top lists?
Jamie, I have to step in here. I think what she means is you were explaining, yeah, she wants to run a race on an alert window, and you were talking about the A table, which is a top list, and you were explaining, yes, you could right click on that, and she kept thinking you were talking about an alert window. So I guess the bottom line is you cannot run a race on an alert window.
Correct. And
Okay.
that's what the confusion was because the question was, Jamie, can I run a race on on the A table? Which
Yeah,
she
I
really
think
meant an alert table.
yes,
An
yes,
alert window. Of course, A
yes.
table, this is what we all think about when we hear The A table is Steve's top list. So that's where the confusion came in. Yeah.
I'll butt out now.
No worries. But yes, to confirm what Barry has already confirmed, no races on an alert window. And well, yeah, where we got the motion in the ocean with the alert windows with the alerts versus just the filter set. Wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to do that. All right. Well, Barry is almost back. We got about 8, 9 minutes here. So if you've been sitting on a question, now would be a good time to do it. And I'll just check in. Okay, we've got a little improvement here. USEA behaving very well. 10 periods in control. Maybe we go sideways here for a little bit. And who knows, we might go attack. We might have a little bit more room left in there on USEA being a youngster. And then the EVTL is working out quite nicely as well. Once again, bought it the first time, got stopped out, said to myself, well, we'll take a stab at it one more time with a lot less risk, using that little wick down there as my exit or slightly through it. And on this case, the second mouse was rewarded. How about Varu? Varu burst onto the scene a while back and has been a pretty good little trader ever since. Kind of sleepy until that day. And it's trying again, but it's got a lot of wood to chop. Supply, reclaimed it this time. This is the, let's see what the close was on that day. 1594. So 1, 2, 3 days above this level here. So relative strength kind of trending up there. And this is our next area of interest. If it keeps on with this, upward momentum, it's finding a little bit of supply here, as you can see. But we have room to here. Who knows how many days it might decide it wants to chop sideways here, or maybe Monday or Tuesday it goes and attacks this level here. If it gets through there, checking out the weekly here. We've definitely got room on the weekly. We get into this area right here. You might see some crazy action on the day that happens. But once again, if we do get up to this level and punch through, crazy action may ensue, or we might just get a little chop around above that level as it potentially gets converted into support. Eye of the question, what is a negative put premium? Well, I know that premium is typically what you get when you sell a call or a put, but I'm not really an options expert. I don't know what negative put premium is. The seller collects the premium. So for example, if I purchase a put, I'm paying for it. The other party's taking the premium. That's about my, full understanding because I don't really actively trade options. Know what puts and calls are, know what naked puts, covered calls, covered puts, all that good stuff is. As far as negative put premium though, I couldn't really answer you that. But I'm sure a quick Google search would probably give you that exact definition. Don't know on that one, Michael. Not here to talk about investments, just here to talk about chart patterns and what might happen and trade idea stuff. Can't really tell you what to buy. You need investment advice, you got to seek out a licensed dude. Okay, the question from Tyler, do you like any indicators on your charts? Well, I'm a pretty simple guy, all right? I like my moving averages. Of course, lots of horizontal lines, which I have too many of. I need to clean that chart up. But I prefer my basic moving averages, 10, 20, 50, 200 across all time frames. And then I prefer to see relative volume. I could go putting Bollinger Bands and all that stuff on here, but they're pretty much going to coincide with a lot of the other metrics that I pay attention to. A trade a day, when you say supply, are you talking about possible bag holders? No, supply, when I talk about supply, I'm simply referring to potential resistance. In other words, um, looking at the weekly again on Baru, if it does get up here, obviously this level here acted as supply. People were willing to sell a lot up there. So supply is synonymous with resistance. Buyers are synonymous with support. So hopefully that makes sense.
James, I am back.
Barry, welcome back, sir.
Yeah, I can probably answer Sam's question. If you want to answer it, you can go ahead, but I can probably answer his question.
If you
It's up to
feel
him.
so compelled, Barry, I will go ahead and let you take the helm.
I'm compelled.
All
Okay.
right.
Have a great weekend, Jamie. Thanks for
Hey, you
filling
do
in
as
for
well.
Andy today.
Yep, no problem. We'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Okay, let me get my screen up and get my music
You're
going.
good to go, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. And okay, so Sam, can you hear me? You asked about when you hear a voice alert about an active stock, which list is it coming from? I want to make sure you can hear me before I answer your question. Okay, so if you have a voice alert from that means either one, first of all, have you ever put a voice alert on any alert window? Have you done that before? Or do you know if you've done it before? I mean, you would know, you would have to have gone to an alert window, for instance, and right click. Okay. So what's happened is probably, and it's probably my fault. I tried, if you took one of my scans, okay, I tried to eliminate all the voice alerts from the scans, and maybe I forgot one. So it's possible. You're going to have to look at every alert window, okay, and you're going to have to right click and click on properties and then actions, and then you're going to see if you're going to see what it's going to say. So for instance, buy as an example is on Zach's bouncers. Okay, if you downloaded that one, it's possible. For instance, what are you listening to? What are you hearing? What is the sound that you're hearing? And if it's a bunch of them, then there's only one way to do it. You have to go through each alert window, right click, properties, actions, and you'll see if there's an alert on it. Number one, you'll have a check. Okay, so that means you've got text to voice somewhere. Okay, text to voice somewhere. She's reading out the stock. Okay. UPST. So it wasn't one of mine then, because what mine says is sell, sell, sell. If it's a topping play from Zach Scan and buy, buy, buy. So it's not one of mine. So the only way you can do it is you're going to have to, I don't know how many alert windows you have open, but you're going to have to right click on every alert window that you have and click on properties and actions. And if it's checked, then you know there's a sound alert coming. Okay, if that play sound is checked, and you can see right here, for instance, this one says text to speech. Okay. Well, let me see if UPST even came into the AI today. No, UPST was not an AI alert. Okay. So it was not an AI alert. So it's not coming from the AI. It's coming from some alert. How many alert windows? How many alert windows do you have up and running? And again, guys, I'm talking to Sam in our YouTube room. How many alert windows do you have so up and running? You're going to have to go through each one of them. And if you saw, and you should be able to see UPST then in one of the windows. If you've got so many that you cannot, it's true, but if you've got so many alert windows that you can't immediately find out where UPST is, you've got probably too many alert windows anyway. You've got too many, Sam. In my opinion, you've got too many. Okay. I would start, downsizing a little bit, but you'll have to look at your alert windows and see where UPST was. I think that's too many. Okay. I know it's hard, everybody wants so many alert windows because you don't want to miss any sort of a setup, but sure, Laser, I'll go over that in a second. I just want to make sure, Sam, but if you've got 8, then you're going to have to go to each one of them. If you cannot see UPST in any of those alert windows, well, you should, because you just have to right click properties, actions, and you'll see what the sound is. And it should say text to speech, because that's text to speech is obviously reading out the symbol. So Laser, okay. Number one, this is my numero uno scan, really, okay? The races, okay? What you're seeing here, first of all, in the basic new highs and basic new lows, hardly get any alerts, right? So even though this is my main focus all day long, I will see these, but I don't get so many that all of a sudden, I'm distracted from my main focus, which is watching these races. I do have another one called the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Again, I mean, look how few, and then now the CDXS gave me my big short early this morning. Okay, but again, look how few. And the only other one I pay attention to is, and I admit I don't, I did, the only one I took today was the ABCL, but the bounce plays from Zach and the topping plays. Again, not many different alerts. So that's number one. So even though it may look like I've got, too many alert windows, these alert windows are giving me so few that, it's not a big distraction. It's not like, on the basic new highs and lows, the way I've got this is on the don't repeat. Now, a typical alert window that just, if you just wanted to see stocks that were making new highs and new lows all day long in repetitive fashion, that window could be firing over and over and over and over and over again all day long. So I don't do that, number one. Okay. I try to keep it really simple. And I've been concentrating on the races now for, I don't know if this is my third week or my second week, second full week. I don't know if it's my third full week or my second full week. But if I only had one thing to look at, if somebody said you could only look at one thing, it would be the races. Okay. Because for me, the way the race is, I call it a hybrid between the best of top list windows and the best of an alert window, because it takes stocks that I'm interested in following and it telling me whether they're moving or not. Okay, rather than looking at a static at this top list window and seeing AVDL here. I have no idea if AVDL is moving. I have no idea. Okay, but if I look over here, I can see that MSPR, it's making a little move. It's making a little move. Where is it on my list? I have no idea. It could be way down here, but I would never see it. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea where. There, I just saw it. I think I just saw it. It's moving up. So there it is, MSPR. But when it first started to win or be on top of the leaderboard, it could have been down here. So that's why I'm saying these are the stocks that I want to follow all day long. But of course, how could I possibly follow every one of them? So I only want to follow the ones that are moving. And that's what the race is telling me. Okay, that's what the race is telling me. Is a stock moving? And, it doesn't mean just because a stock is moving and it's at the top of the leaderboard that I just automatically take. Now, this is interesting. I mean, look at this one, ESSA. This is coming from a lot of consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so there's ESSA. And now I never would have seen ESSA if I had just been looking at this list. Never, 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 never. I don't even see ESSA. Okay, it's got to be somewhere down here. And yet, there it is, starting to, at the top of the leaderboard. Now, does that mean I just take the trade? Not necessarily, because now my next step is, okay, what's the pattern? I love the fact that it's breaking out of consolidation. Yes, that's good, 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 good. Now I look left. Where is the next high looking left? Well, I mean, the next high looking left is 375. That is far enough away. This becomes, a pretty decent consideration, for a trade. So that is my thought process, on looking at something. I mean, you're not going to see a better consolidation break than this. Now, does it mean it's absolutely going to keep going? Of course not. Of course not. Does it have some news? I'll check to see if it has some news. I don't see any news on it. Now, my charts, my charts are my chart. I mean, obviously, I've got a 2-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, a 15. And why I have the daily, monthly, weekly, because most of the things that I see are fairly near the high or the low of the day. So that's why you'll always hear me talking about looking left. This one I can tell, this is EPIX. Okay, so this is EPIX. Okay, so I can tell that EPIX is at the high of the day, right? So now my next step, where is the next high looking left on the daily chart? 375. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least I don't have to worry that if all of this were just above, all this action here on the daily chart, if all that were just above the current price, I wouldn't take the trade. I wouldn't even consider it, because I would look at this as Jamie was talking about, supply. I just call it resistance. That would be a resistance area. But there is really no chart resistance, okay, in this particular one, no chart resistance. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Now, the only other issue with EPEX is I'm seeing it. It's not a ton of volume. It's only 1.5 times normal. But I mean, if I look at the bid ask, 319, 324, 5 cents on a $3 stock. That's kind of it's a little bit too wide for me. I'd like to see that rather at 322, 324. Okay, because right now, if you take it at 324 right off the bat, you're see it's starting to tighten up, and that may not matter. That little spread may not matter, of course, if it tacks on 30 or 40 cents. That won't matter. But it's something I'm certainly aware of. And the other thing, regarding the races, now USCA had a quite a big drop actually. It looked like it was going to try to hold that just underneath that 7 level, but a stock that keeps winning races over and over and over and over again. So what's happening here? Why is it at the top here? Because of this action right here. You see in the 5 or the 2 minute chart, but nothing is really moving that much because it's only it's only like 1.6%. Beginning of the day, let me just show you. Give me a moment. See, at the beginning of the day, this was moving so fast. USEA, as an example, okay, it's 12.5%. Okay, so that was moving really, really fast. Look what the price was. I can't, I don't know what, this is probably 4 or 5 minutes after they opened. The price was 523. I mean, look what it did afterwards. Give me a moment. So what did I say, 523 for USEA? So that would have happened right about here on that opening 15-minute candle. And it was running a race like mad. Now, I didn't take it there because I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Okay, unless I made an exception today with this short on the CDXS. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes because a lot of times what can happen is that they'll just kind of whip around a bit. So I ended up not taking that trade. I got into it later though. I was able to find an entry later on, and I'm not in it anymore. But I certainly knew all about it because it kept winning race after race. It's won 18 races today. And again, what does it mean winning a race? So this is a race that's going to start. It just ended. Okay, I'm running 4 minute races. Nothing magical about 4 minutes. It's just what I've decided to do. So now another race is going to start here. And so what that means is every single stock, let me just sort on the change from the open. Every single stock is starting from the same, from the starting line. How would I know which one is moving right now? I sort on the change from the open. I can see that USEA is still the leader in terms of change from the open, but it may not be moving up anymore. Okay, but something down here could be really starting to run. I'd never see it. Never would I see it. Okay, so I'm saying it gives you kind of the best of both worlds. It takes stocks that you can construct your own top list, and this means these are stocks that you want to watch, and then the aspect of an alert window. It's telling me because this is all real time. It's telling me when something is moving. Impossible to see. USEA could be screaming higher right now. I wouldn't know it. Right? I mean, all I know is that it's at the high. And if I stare at that number, which says 45.9, if I stare at it and it starts changing, yes. I mean, obviously. But that's almost impossible to do. Especially if something is, noodles down here. Maybe noodles is starting to run. I wouldn't know. So that's why I'm really, especially, people who are new to trade ideas, and you're wanting to have all sorts of different alert windows and top lists and all that, and it can get very complicated and confusing. My thrust right now is to try to explain the value of using races. Thank you, Pepe. Funny. Good one. And my chart here is just a SPY chart. If I'm going to take a trade, I'll always click on. I know somebody said, like, why do we have auto trading at all? The fact that I don't auto trade, I mean, I shouldn't maybe be so heavy handed. I mean, there are people that I guess that don't mind auto trading. Maybe not the AI. Maybe they've got their own strategies. They back test it and they want to auto trade. So it's the option. It's just me personally. I will never auto trade. I don't feel comfortable auto trading anything. I will always be a person that if I get an alert, I will want to see what it looks like first on a chart. If I get an alert at $10 and I size it up and I get in at 10:05, I'm not going to get bent out of shape that I didn't get in at 10. Okay. Because if I'm going to take the trade, it's got to have a lot more. It's got to have a lot more for me than worrying about missing an entry by 2 or 3 cents. Okay. I'm not going to take a trade. I'm not trying to take scalp trades. Try to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop. So, I know I come across very heavy-handed about not auto trading, and I don't recommend it. I don't know anybody at Trade Ideas that actually auto trades, to be honest. Not fully anyway. Michael Noss may auto trade on an entry, but I'm pretty sure he'll exit manually. He'll manage his trade once he's in it. But there are people, we have some customers that take their alerts, they back test them. I don't back test anymore. They back test them to their satisfaction and they don't mind auto trading. That's fine. So that's why it's an option. Look at April, guys. But again, I had an alert set here. I can't quite remember why. Let me get rid of some of my and use our price alerts. Okay, so for instance, you get something. Okay, I have no idea what this NCPL is doing or why. Okay, but you might look at this and go, okay, it's at the top of the leaderboard, not a big percent. So I'm not interested. But let's say it just starting out, and you look at the chart and you go, wow, if this took out 321, I want to know about it. Okay, it's coming from this area, so you set a price alert. I'm not saying I'm going to take this trade. I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can use, get something from the race and then say, you know what? I like this. Don't like it right yet, but I would like it if it hit this area right here. So you set a price alert and you forget about it. And how to set a price alert? If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on the price alerts window, and this is the window that you're going to see. Just got to find it. There we go. So here's my price alerts window, okay? So these are all price alerts that I've set in the past, and they just haven't triggered. That's why we see them here. These notes, these are all some little IPOs that have still not launched. I put these in months and months ago. They still have not launched, okay? But that's why they're there. But, to set a price alert, first of all, if you've never done it before and you go to our toolbar, click on new, price alerts, this is the window that you'll see. It'll be blank. What I do is I minimize it. There, I just use the minimizer. I sort on the triggered time column. What that'll mean is that when I do get an alert, I'll see it right at the top. I won't have to search down anywhere for it. So I minimize the window. You don't have to have this window taking up screen space. You don't have to stare at it at all. So you minimize the window. And let's set a price alert. Something that's moving pretty quickly. So let's take a look at USEA. Hopefully this is just not going to stall. I'm going to put a price alert just below the price and above the price. So the price is right now 625. Let's put a price alert. And in order to do it, you just position. You see that, hopefully you can see when you're moving your pointer around, you'll see a dotted line. And if you can eyeball it, great. If not, there it is at 633. Create the price alert at 633. Of course, I can change that. Let's make it 627. I want to see if this triggers. immediately. So there, I put one at 627, and then I'll put one just underneath in case it moves down at 620. There it is, 620, save it. Now, this has been a pretty active mover, so, I'm going to assume it's going to move one way or the other. There it is. Okay, see how it popped up on my screen? Can't miss it. The minute it hit 627, but it came right back down, but you see what happened? 627, it hit. So you cannot miss it. I also put a sound alert on it, using the sound alert, the actions, and just following this. The reason I do that is because, I've got a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer and if I hear I have a unique sound for this, I know my price alert sound. That's the whole idea. You put a unique sound on your different alert windows so that when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. Okay? And so I can't miss it. Yeah, I had kind of high hopes for that LILM. I was in this one a long time ago as a potential swing trade, and it just did nothing. This is a German company, same space, you're right, as EVTL, and I believe they're I'm going to call them maybe the leaders in Europe, but just no action. How's that EPEX doing now? So, I mean, this is news driven, the EVTL. It is a news driven stock. American Airlines provides cash. So they were a SPAC. They raised $300 million. So this is not quite a year old. It was in December of 2021. So, I mean, it's a big deal for this little company. There's no question. If you've ever seen, I mean, it's a pretty amazing technology, but it's really young, very, very young. But this has been so active. Yeah, it's ugly looking though. This is a QRTEB. And Rhythm is trying to do its thing again. This has been a really tough trader today, guys, in my opinion. They've been very choppy. Look at the topping tails. You've got the bottom tails. It's been very choppy. Maybe now, I don't know. Again, the next high looking left is not that far away. It's 951. And what did it get up to? It got up to 938. So that 951, though, could stall it. If it does get through 951, then look left, and you've got 1240 as your next highs on the weekly chart. So again, this is when I say all these things, I'm not saying it's going to get to those levels. It's just a matter though of checking to see where a stock could stall based on where the next high is. All right, guys, I am not seeing too many. My main focus now would be on the races and seeing if something coming out of nowhere with a big percentage, maybe something we really even haven't seen today, just all of a sudden, catches a bid. All right, guys, and just to repeat what I said earlier today in the pre-market, those of you in YouTube or used to going to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 and listening to Chris, he's not available today, so I'll be shutting down both rooms at 3:30, maybe earlier, but there's no Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 today. He's has a previous commitment. Really? Angie is swing worthy? Okay. Boy, and I see all this stuff at 5, but okay. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if you hear that my phone at all. I don't know how well that sound canceling is working for things like that. Ooh, okay. I was going to say very ominous. USEA at 6.66. At least it was. Didn't hear a phone. Wow. Okay, it working very well then. How about yawns? Can you hear me yawning? ABCL. It's been I'm not in it anymore. I took this one out earlier. This is on Zach's bouncers. About 20, 25 cents out of it. But you know what? I mean, it's basing nicely at 1050. I mean, it's got a ton of room. 1126, the highs over here. I'm boring myself, Pepe. So now you see when you have your top 10, if it gets a little bit slow, you just start, you start looking at them. It's clicking on the alert and see if there's anything happening. Just because we're maybe not seeing it here winning a race, but maybe it's setting up in a way that you like. Okay, so it's a watch list. Use it like a watch list all day long. IGT, man, I haven't seen this one for a long time. All right, guys. Let's see. FFIE. Yes, it is. It's above the VWAP. 688 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Maybe starting another run. Very, very challenging one. Also, look at the bottoming tails, topping tails. But you're right. It's above the VWAP. Maybe it's getting set for a run if it can take out that whole number. If it does, I mean, I still look left and I sort of see what I think is maybe a lot of resistance, just around that 711 mark. Maybe wrong, but it is a nice break. It is a nice breakout. Is it on volume though? You can say, yeah. I mean, look at the 5 minute. So you can say it is breaking out a little bit on volume. Well, I didn't see this move at all. ZY, it looks a lot bigger than it is. I mean, it's from 190 to 2, but it's been straight up. ZY on the 15-minute chart, basically on the 2-minute chart. What's the volume like? Relative volume, it's not trading anything abnormally. Only 0.6. They had some news yesterday. And actually, well, they had news after hours yesterday. You can sort of see the reaction, that mauve area. And expands agreement with Octant on developing breakthrough medicine. So, I mean, there was a little bit of news for it yesterday after hours. And it's, I guess it's running a little bit on that news. Been a great, I mean, look at this. This is not cared at all about what the market has done. I mean, it's basically almost a double from the 5th. So in 10 days. Now, Poe, you know that Rhythm can't hear you. You know that, right? Well, I mean, again, if it can somehow take out that 950, 951, I mean, 1242. Duck Creek Technologies, DCT. So this is one of those SaaS stocks. Yeah, a little bit of a move here. Yeah, not bad volume. It's 1.8 times normal, but I haven't seen this in a long, long time. All right, Zach, your scan is telling me to buy HR, human relations. I know it's not human relations, but anyway, HR. Now, why would I buy that? Let's see. Wow, it's getting close to an all-time low. HTA, that's another health. So they're both doing the same thing, HR and HTA. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about right there. I know you see this. I mean, obviously, it's your scan, so you must see it. One is buying the other. Okay. See, Dak, I gave strict instructions to everybody not to engage you in any conversation. So here you are, just doing your thing, seeing your posts, and that's perfect. And if he's really good, he's got me on mute, so he doesn't even hear me. All right, guys. Well, listen, I am starting to fade here. So if you got some questions, please ask away. As I say, I'm starting to fade a little bit here. I keep waiting for this ePix to maybe do something. I'm in it, and I could have taken a quick scalp on it, but I'm holding on just to see if it can do something. All right, well, I forgot to put a price alert here, so I guess I better put my price alert for this potential 951 break. Okay, let's put it right here. It changed 951. If it gets there and takes it out like nothing, or is it going to stall there? It might give us a chance to short it. Yeah, 950, 951, within a I mean, there's the next high looking left on that weekly chart. After that, my goodness, it's got a ton of room still. What was the reason for this? Okay, so it hit it. It did hit it, but it's still not, it didn't take it out yet, but it did hit it. 47.51. 47.48 on the bid ask right now for RYTM. Not 50.51 now, guys. Woo, 50.52 is what I'm talking about. The bid ask, okay? This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Just a little, Zach. It was, I didn't have a heavy commitment to it. So, so I mean, as crazy as it seems, I mean, look what's happened. I mean, I got the 954, the high is 951, so it is stalling it just a little bit. Well, you got to say, come on, fool, pull. You got to Mr. T it. All right, guys, is this it? Are we launching now? If you're going to take this one, I wouldn't have, I'd have a fairly wide stop just because it's still, I don't trust that it's just going to go straight up from here. Well, who's watching it now, guys? See if it holds at least 950. Nine fifty, 953. It's still a challenge. It is still a challenge. I'm always surprised also because it's not a crazy low float situation. I mean, it's 43 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, but it's not like one of these 1 or 2 or 3 million floats that you would think. But this trades like that. Yeah, let me look at that, Mike. I'm not even sure. I couldn't even figure out a way to run the replay on my own. I so and I'm on a development version. So for instance, if I just duplicate this window and replay today, today. See, I don't see where, see, when you watch Dan do it, there's a little box underneath, two boxes underneath that have the start and the end time. And I don't see that. And I don't think these are the boxes because I still don't see a way in which you can do a replay. Somebody's going to have to show me, Pepe. I know you can do it from the ones from the canned ones, but I just don't see it here. And the replay is interesting. Only it. Well, okay, look at this one. See, out of nowhere, right? AUUD, out of nowhere, out of nowhere. Well, out of nowhere. I mean, it's been moving a little bit before, but look at this move. I didn't see this one, and more than likely the volume wasn't. Okay, guys, that knocked me out of the rhythm. I think I'm just going to forget about this. I may look at it one more time if it takes out that 950 again, but I took a small loss on that rhythm. So the only way I'll take this again is if maybe it gets over 959, 960 again. Let me just do something here. Yeah, it's a minute. Yeah, you see, I don't understand because when I watch Dan do it, he gets the boxes underneath here and he's able to click on something, but I don't see how you can run a race. I honestly don't. I know I did it once. And the racing is to replay the reason why anybody would want to do it is if, let's say you didn't trade all day, okay, but you've got a race set up, and say you come back and it's 4:30 or 5 o'clock, whatever, the market's closed. You can run a replay of what happened, and it'll take about 6.5 minutes. It's six. I think that basically 1 minute for an hour of the trading day. So it'll run through, and you'll see the race. You'll see, as the races happen over a 6.5 minute period for the full day, and then you'll get your top 10. So I mean, that's the value of being able to do a replay. I must be doing something wrong. I mean, this is silly that I don't know how to do it, but and it hasn't really affected me because of course I'm here all day long. So I see the top 10, I don't have to do a replay. All right, can you hear my dog barking? Can you hear that? Uh, no. Just interested in the sound canceling. You know what? I forgot to keep an eye on the ABCL. I mean, it's still creeping up. Still creeping up. Now, William. All right, come on, little EPIC. EPIC. It's still not really. I thought it might have been clearing 330, not yet. I know, William. Some may not know that though. Well, Mike, it's possible that even though I'm on a development version, it's not available. The replay feature is not available in the development version that you're used to. How crazy is this one, guys? I've seen this one in the Halls for Zooms, the Gorilla Technology. I mean, look what it did in the pre-market, up to craziness, up to almost $100. This is an IPO from yesterday. Not very much volume. I mean, that is putrid volume. 162,000 shares. You know, and it's up 28%. All right, QRTEV, even though it's messy looking on the 5 minute chart, I mean, 670, it takes that out. I mean, it hit 760 earlier. No, I just don't know. Maybe it's in the development version that I just can't run run a replay. It's hard to understand that. Ah, that's what he did. The custom. But even so, today is the 15th, right? Okay, 9:30 to 1:30. But if I do this, no, it's still running just a normal race. Got to be some other little step I'm missing. Yeah, USCA may not be over I mean, it may not, take out the highs and all that, but it may have, only issue is if you look at a 15-minute chart, you can see that it's making lower highs on that 15-minute chart. There's a steady line down. So that is an issue. I mean, the VWAP 586. Okay, so Gary, I'm not Chris, I am Barry. That's okay. Chris is not in the room right now. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so let me just try to run you through this a little bit. No, I really don't know, Jose. Really don't know. I'm very happy though. So Chris, what you're saying is, I'm sorry, Gary, what you're saying is you've just got the toolbar, right? You see the toolbar that says File, New, Tools, Window, Help, Account. And can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. So before I continue, I just like to, if I get two yeses, that means you can hear me and you can see my screen. And that is for Gary in our YouTube room. Here we go, guys. Maybe again. Do I do it? Hmm. Maybe Gary can't hear me. Hard to help you if you can't hear me. Okay, guys, I am trying this AUUD. Remember seeing this one? Remember we used to see this one? I don't know if it's a meme stock when it shot up to almost 10, 936 a few months ago. Quite a few months ago, about a year ago, in fact, June of 2021. Tried a little bit the following month, got up to 8, and then just nothing. Okay, well, rhythm. Do I do it again? It's such a challenge. The high was 961, so it's right there. All right. Well, now the other thing is, whoops, caps off. I'm not. This is not a recommendation or anything like that. But I mean, if this closes well, you might want to hold a piece. That's all I'm saying. Okay. And now, obviously, all bets are off if it just collapses from here. But I mean, it's still got a ton of room. 1242. Okay, so this is, I had an alert set for this one, USEA, but that's on the downside. So this is really starting to give it up. This doesn't look good now for a late day pop. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but just doesn't look that good for a late day pop. PH, I haven't seen PH really. I know we talked about it a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it's above yesterday's high, I guess, right? 1230. So that it's at yesterday's high. What a week it's had. What a great 2 weeks, but this week, huge. Okay, one last chance for Gary in our YouTube room. Can you hear me, Gary? You asked me a question. I really would like to try to help you, but I don't see any response. Make sure I'm not on mute there. Maybe I'm on mute in that room. Nope. I have RHE on a thumbnail chart. I haven't seen it at all in the races, not at all. You know, well, how ugly is that on a 15-minute chart? No volume, yeah. Really no volume. 188,000 shares, only 1.6 in the float. So there's really no volume. Can you hear me say go, go? Yeah, EV, you're right. I'm looking at EVGO. I do have some thumbnail charts still, you know, stocks that were really running before. And this is what I'm talking about. EVGO is right there. Well, I don't know. You guys see this one at all today? SCYX. This is coming in on the relative volume, increasing relative volume. Too late now, but don't think I really saw this one earlier. SCYX. Yes, Aja, that's correct. You can only add, it's not available. That's because I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, it looks at the next high looking left, assuming a stock, you can only be used in an alert window when a stock makes a new high for the day, because then it's looking left. You can't use it in a top list window. Yeah, it's a very, very specific formula because if a stock makes a new high for the day, when you get a new high of the day alert, I'm talking about, I have a custom formula which looks at the distance to the next high. And that's what it does. If a stock makes a new high of the day, it'll look left to see where the next high is. So for instance, let me explain it a little bit more. So oops, distance to next high or low. I'm going to load this one. So for instance, now what time is it? 2:10? Okay, so 2:10, PFG just made a new high for the day. So what it does is it looks left to see where the next high is, okay? You can see right off the bat that's 65.39. So I have a custom formula in here. I'm willing to share it if anybody's interested. So what I'm looking at here, distance to the next high, low, that's what it says, has to be at least 2. So when I get an alert, when a stock makes a new high for the day, I want it to look left and have at least $2 before it hits the next high. And so that's what it does. It looks left on a daily chart, but it only works if when a stock makes a new high for the day. If you can't use it on a new 5-minute high coming from below here. It has to be a new high for the day. And then it'll tell you, okay, how much more room does it have? And that's a custom formula though. So Prudential, as an example now, PRU just made a new high. I guess it's just like PFG. Yeah, they're obvious. Well, I don't know if they're absolutely connected, but so there's PRU. So it just made a new high for the day. So when you look left, the next high is, where is it? 94.71, which of course is more than $2 away. So that's why it would pass the filter requirement. But again, you have to set up. I can give you this. So Kirk, if you want it, have you ever created a custom formula before? And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I sure hope you're going to say, yes, I have created a custom formula before. Yes. Okay, great. So this is the formula to use. Let me just, come on, rhythm. Just give me a moment while I find it. Okay, come on. Challenge 10. Okay, there is a custom formula to use, Kirk. Okay, and you notice it says ABS at the beginning, absolute. So that's why it can be used on the short side or the long side. So if you put 2 in the min, that'll mean if a stock comes, notice I've got new lows and new highs. Okay. Now you don't have to use exactly this, and if you just want to go on the long side, that's fine. But you can also use it for the short side. So if you get a real-time alert, a new low is made, it'll look left to see where the next low is looking left. Okay. I mean, I could give you this, but understanding that, I mean, I think you understand the concept. You can put the price you want, you can put the minimum volume you want. You don't have to put the stock is up or down 2%. That's what I've done. And then it's up to you how far away you want it. Okay, good. The reason if I give it to you, it's not going to, because custom formulas do not transfer or not copyable. It wouldn't, you would, you named it look left? Okay. Especially looking left to short something, right, Ija? That is my best cackle. All right, guys. Well, we finally may have solved a little bit of the rhythm, solved the rhythm of the night. Okay, finally. Yeah, and if you want a percent, I just usually do it on the, but this is the percent version. Oops. Oh, maybe I'm sorry. I don't think so I just put it in there. This is the percent version of it. Thank you, Shady. Okay. It's funny, it only won 2 races. Rhythm only won 2 races. But now, guys, I mean, I don't know where it's going. I honestly don't. I mean, 1242 is the next high. I mean, I always have this, excuse me, the suspicion that 10 is going to block it. Yeah, look how nicely it's trading now. The 5 minute just straight up, hardly any pullbacks. But I just can't believe it's just going to take out 10 like that. So I'm taking some off right now, guys. I just don't trust the fact that it's going to take out 10 easily. It might do it, but I don't think it's going to be easily done. But if it does, there's a part of me that says, hey, I believe it or not, may hold some. Not much, but just, a little bit because of that high over here. And that is not a recommendation to do the same thing, of course. Well, I'm more of a field player, okay, Jose, when it comes to, I mean, you just heard me talk about why I would get out of rhythm somewhat is because I just don't trust the fact it'll take out 10. So, I'll sell some. Now, how much? It's not like it's a third or a half or 10% or 50%, or, it's just sort of a feel I have, okay? Yeah, so we don't talk about how big positions are and how much we make in the room. Everybody's account size is different, so yeah, what a swing trade, IJ. Well, especially 10. There are some whole numbers which, I think carry more weight than others. For stock to get into double digits, it's obviously got to break 10. I think so, 10, 5 can be a pretty tough number to get through. You mean how much am I risking each trade from my account? You mean like is it 2%? Well, that's something, you can, there are all sorts of information like that, I guess, on the internet where you can look up. I know some people say, each trade should be no more than 1% or 2% of your account. It's all depending. There's no right or wrong. So it really doesn't matter what my percentage is. And I'm not trying to be evasive, but I mean that's something that as a trading plan, you have to get comfortable with. How much am I going to risk on each trade on a percentage basis on your account size? That must be quite a few days ago then. Yeah, so Barish, I don't see that. If I expand this daily chart out, I see the next high is 1166, not 1017, unless I'm reading something incorrectly. Well, you're right. You are right. You are right. I had to hover over that a little bit more. So yeah, so I mean, in theory, 1017. I mean, I've been looking at the weekly chart, but 1017 on the daily chart, if I expand it, is the next high looking left. But look at this daily chart. This is a classic red bar ignored on the daily chart. You got an uptrend. You've got yesterday's daily completely engulfed by, or is engulfed by the previous daily candle. And then the minute it gets over that 843, that in theory is a bit of a signal to go long. In theory. Which Abdullah? Are you talking about the distance to the next high or low? Or something else that I might have flashed on the screen? Yeah, but you see, Jose, that's not how I trade. I basically risk the same amount per every trade. Okay, so I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay, there are now some setups. Sure, I like a little bit better, but it's not like even if I were, let's just say for argument's sake, I'm risking $500 a trade. Okay, just for argument's sake, and I get a setup and maybe it's a little bit better than I than previous ones, or it's my best setup ever. So maybe I do risk 550 or 600. Okay, but I'm not going to go crazy. It's not like at the blackjack table when you think the odds are really in your favor, that you're up your bet as long as they don't count you counting. From betting 100 to 1,000. That's not how I trade. That's me though. Okay, I'm not saying that's the way everybody should trade, but that's just the way I don't vary my risk very much per trade, for trade to trade. So Abdullah, I don't know what alert window you were seeing. If it was this one, in fact, it just disappeared on me. Was it the distance to the next high or low? I mean, I just don't know which window you're talking about. But Jose, I know there are probably traders in the room that don't trade like that. They probably, if they get a setup that they really, really love, they may vary. I mean, that's up to them. Okay, I just don't. Can you guys hear me in YouTube? Because I get questions and I'm not getting any responses. I think I'm answering. I'm not on mute. Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, okay. Something has alert price and exit. Are you talking about this? The long list, a long list. Hmm, a long list. This is the longest list I've got. But this is not, these are not an alert window, it's a top list window. I have no alert window that has a long list in it. I really need to know which one you were looking at. But this is not anything to do with alert price and exits. The only thing that has an alert price and exits is the AI. That's the only thing. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful, but I don't know what you think I was showing you that has an alert price and an exit price. Because the AI is the only thing that actually, gives you an alert and a stop. Okay. I don't know how I can help you, Abdullah. I mean, this is the only thing that I usually display that has a long list, but there's nothing to do with you know a, an entry or and an exit. It's got nothing to do with it. This is the only thing that I usually display that has a very long list of stocks. So you've stumped me. I'm sorry, but you've just sort of stumped me. I don't know. I don't really know which one. Yeah, but my price alerts window, Pepe, as you know, does not have a lot of alert. It's not a long list at all. So, and you can't be talking about this because this is constantly displayed. The biggest gainers from the open, constantly displayed. So it can't be talking about that. The black background. Well, okay, this is the only one, only thing that has a black background, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, this is the only window that I have that has a black background, but this doesn't have a long list of stocks. And this is the AI. This has an entry and a stop, automatically calculated, but it's certainly not a long list of stocks. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, but this is not a long list of stocks, of course. It's just five. This is what the AI looks like. It has you have to have a premium subscription, and you just basically load this window, um, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing to do really. I mean, you don't have to set it up. You just wait. You have a suggested entry. You have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. But rhythm, guys, this hen. So are you a subscriber? So there it is. Okay, there's the black background. So that's what you're talking about. Certainly not a long list of stocks, but if that's what you're talking about, that's it. I don't usually display it too often because it's a premium service, so those who pay for it, that's why I don't display it. And I'll be honest. I mean, the AI is not exciting enough for me. It doesn't have, the symbols that we see here in the stock racing and some of my other windows. I mean, these are stocks that have the potential to, 10, 20, 30, 40% moves. The AI is not really designed like that. So consequently, I don't really use it that much. It's been a while since we've seen something in the AI that, has put on that big 10, 20, 30% move. But, I mean, that's just me, of course. Holly, yeah, it's called, yeah, its nickname is Holly, yes. And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, I am done with rhythm. Okay. I was watching it so closely to see if it was going to take out that 10. The minute it started to drop, that was it. So the only thing I'll do is put an alert over 10. And maybe later on, what time is it? 2:30, and we have an hour and a half left. Maybe later on, if it surges through 10, I may. But this trades like a super low float. 42 million. I mean, that's not high, but it's not certainly not low. HNST, okay. They bust also. Okay. When I say a bust, this was an IPO back here, back in May of last year, hit a high of 24. Every single month, lower, 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 every single month. But as Zach just pointed out, and this is shortable. I know what you want to do. You want to pound that thing down, don't you? And it showed up on your topping tail scan. So if you're not a subscriber yet, Abdullah, this is what I would do. You don't have to be a subscriber. Take a look at this. Gives you an idea. So if you click on my homepage link, I might as well just, it's almost time for me to maybe put myself on mute. So if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there, you can take a look at the Let's Get Started. Okay, you don't have to be a subscriber. If you click on the Let's Get Started, this is good. This is going to run. It's going to run you through, some of the basic features. Okay, the download and installation. I'm not sure. Maybe this is the first startup and login. That may not be the best to do because maybe it's better to be a subscriber. I'm not. Yeah, but you can try this. It's about 30 minutes long. 10 videos, or you can go right to the user guide. If you go to the user guide, education, I'm sorry, so what are the education section? And then click on the user guide. So at least take a look at this, what is an alert window? That's an A window. What is a top list window? You should understand what we're, when we refer to alert windows and top list windows, and you'll hear me refer to the stock racing. Again, you don't have to be a subscriber, but this will explain the basics. And then if you're looking for the AI, where is it? The AI, I'm sure it must be here somewhere. AI Holly Guide. Okay, so you can take a look at that. So that'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, so alert windows. You can try the getting started, but this is probably more geared to people that have the program and want to do the download and installation, the login and all that. But you should know, but you can check to see what an alert window is, what a top list window is, what this stock racing is all about that I talk about. And then if you want, you can take a look at the AI Holly guide. Okay. That'll give you an idea. And we're also having our test drive is coming up sometime in August. So you can try out the program. It'll be $11.11. I don't know if the date has been fixed. I think it might be August 15th. It might be a month from now. Let me just check to see calendar because it'll be on a Monday. Yeah, I think it's going to be August 15th. Okay, and it'll run for 10 trading days. So that'll take you to the 26th. And if you want to be notified exactly when it starts and how to sign up for it, I'm going to put the test drive link in. If you click on that test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so first name and email, and then what will happen is as the test drive approaches, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be August 15th, you'll get an email saying, we noticed that you wanted information about it, and it'll give you instructions on how to sign up for it. It will cost $11.11 for the 10 trading days, okay? Well, if you became a subscriber, Abdullah, I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? So one of the scans I'm sharing is, the 10-day daily breakdown or the basic new lows, okay? So these are stocks moving down. Don't get too many alerts during the day because I've got some very, well, what I call tough filters in place. I don't want to see a lot of, but I mean, you can create your own scans. If you want to, you want to short and you want to see stocks that are moving down, very simple to do, and I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you become a subscriber or if you take the test drive, I'm sharing a lot of scans that you can get started with. Or, for instance, our toolbar, I click on new and then that dock channel bar. This is going down. There's a channel called going down. These are stocks moving down as an example. So this is sort of the reverse of these stocks that are moving up, that are moving higher. Biggest losers today. So, there's all sorts of ways you can use trade ideas, not just on the upside, but also on the downside. All right, guys, so I will just go over my homepage one last time. So if you click on that homepage link, so obviously there's a way to take out a subscription and you'll get a promo code you can use, or I have a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual is 2,000, standard is 1,000, less the 15%. Start off with a monthly though. You don't have to, no rush to take an annual. Make sure you want the program. So the standard is 118, 228 for premium, minus the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. I would start off with a standard just to see if you like it. Okay, the big difference is between standard and premium is the AI, and it's I mean, it's a matter of taste. I mean, some people love the AI. They like to see this and trade around it, and some don't really care. I mean, it's really up to you. And if you do like the program and you say, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual now, yeah, no problem. We'll honor the 15%. More information on my homepage. Of course, if you take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. Okay, but let's get started. Take you 30 minutes out of your life. Please do it. 10 videos. That'll get you started. I have a stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it. It's free. Trade of the week is sent to you. It is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And all the education is here. I went over the user guide, but the daily support session. So again, today is usually Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Monday to Friday in our YouTube room, but he has got a previous commitment, so I'll be shutting both rooms down at 3:30. But normally Chris is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Back to basics, if you're new to trading, great series. That's all free, guys. What is a stock? It starts off with. If you're new to trading, trading is not easy. There is a learning curve. So get some of the basics down, and this is a great start. It's free. And of course, my scans. Have to be a subscriber for my scans, but here are all the scans that I'm sharing. This is the race that you see on the right-hand side. Jamie was talking between 12 and 1, those of you who are in the YouTube room, 12 and 1, about this ITHX. I know it's a SPAC, but look at it go. So you'll hear me talk about the race, You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You'll also hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakouts or downs. Again, not giving many alerts. I mean, not many alerts. So that's why you might say, or I keep talking about the races. Sure, I want to see this, but it's not like I'm getting a lot of alerts all day long. So I'm not distracted. And these here, basic new highs and lows. I'm not distracted. Very few alerts on purpose. I create very tough filters. So for me to see a stock, it's gonna have to be really trading abnormally for me to see it. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. These four are what I use in the pre-market, just to kind of, get set for the day to see what we're moving in the pre-market, what could continue to move once the market opens. And there's no guarantee. So if you save my link, you'll have access to my scans, the education, the getting started, and you can do that anytime you want. Yeah, so Jamie was talking about this ITHX in the YouTube room. And this is a SPAC though, okay? This is one of these SPACs, one of these blank check companies. They're looking for an acquisition. I don't know if they have settled on who they're going. I'm just trying to see if they've settled on who they're looking to merge. Travel company Mondi. Okay, so that was back in December. So let's see if this is, I don't know if this is still correct. Join, yeah, it looks like there's nothing else. Yeah, so it looks like that is who they're going to be merging with eventually. Maybe it's getting closer, based on the action. And just say that Northlands began on the 1st of the month coverage. But maybe it's getting closer, guys, to the merger. If you don't know what a SPAC is, it's an acronym. Look it up. Basically, it's SPACs used to be well, super active a couple of years ago. That's all we could talk about. SPAC this, SPAC that. That's it, SPAC. So these were companies formed just with cash in them, and then they're looking for somebody to merge with, to buy and take them public. Sort of an easier route than the arduous way of normally going public, but lots of risk too. But for a while, these SPACs went absolutely crazy. Yeah, the good old days. No kidding. EVTL was a SPAC, I think. I think this was a SPAC for sure. I almost for sure know. I think this was. So in other words, this was trading as another symbol when it was a SPAC, and then that SPAC, whoever it was, merged, bought this EVTL, and changed the symbol, and now it became EVTL. You can usually tell if a stock is around $10 because that's usually around the price that it opens. But you can see what happened afterwards. I mean, nothing. This is probably one of the first SPACs, guys. Space, I think, was one of the first SPACs, SPCE. If I back out the monthly chart, I think it might have been one of the first SPACs. Oh, that means you can hear me, Dak, so you're obviously done trading. I was telling people not to bug you. And it got another SPAC, I think, was Nikola, NKLA. Disaster. I mean, it was great for a while. I think this was one of the early success stories. I mean, it went from 10 to almost 100 and collapsed. Okay, Cam, hit me with them. So I'm going to put them on. I need symbol name, of course. I need number of shares, price, and if you can, who's involved. I'm going to be super lazy. Not too demanding, though. The IPOs have just been bleak. You don't have to tell me who's involved. I mean, that's okay. But if you can just, how many shares and the price, that'll be good. Okay, here we go. So VRAC. I thought VRACs. I think I have VRACs somewhere. Let me just check my. It seems familiar. No, I guess not. Okay, I thought it seemed familiar. Okay, VRACs. So what I'm doing here, guys, is if I were a little not quite as lazy, and there were more IPOs coming, you go to an IPO calendar list. First, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to create a price alert, $1. Okay, obviously when it starts to trade, it'll be over $1. 1.4 million, super low, and $5 price. Okay, and the reason I do this in my notes is that when it starts to trade, I will know. Let's say it starts trading and the first price is at 15. Well, I know, wow, that's way above the IPO price, and there's not very many shares outstanding, so this could go wild. So I'm going to save it, just like that. Ooh, an exception has. I'm just going to continue. Let me see if that happened. See, there is a. Did it take it though? Okay, it took it. All right, so I don't have to worry. We do the other one, eFresh, EFSH. Again, put a. So this is trading as EFSH right now. Or when did it stop? Is that the right symbol? I'll put the other one in, MAIA. I'm going to create the price alert. $1. And 1.7 and 5, okay. 1.7 and $5. I wonder if I'm going to get that. Yeah, I wonder if it's because there's no data yet. Okay, well, I'll put it in, EFSA. I'll put it in because it's obviously going to trade over $1, so I'll do it. Problem is it says 175, so I better put $3. So I don't want to trigger immediately. And 2.3 at 429, okay? Yeah, see, that must be it. If we have no data on it, we'll get an error. Wow, Captain. I'm not in this anymore, but I'm getting more interested, and now I know why I had to expand this daily chart just a little bit. So 1017 is the high. After that, the high is 1166. So set a price alert and see if it takes it out. And if it does, my goodness, I mean, it could just keep going and going. I mean, tons of volume. You mean who they're going to, Dak, you mean actually who they are going to try to merge with? When they first start out, they don't know. Okay. They may have an idea that they, let's face it, EVs were super hot. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. EVs were super hot. Okay. So when they first start out, in theory, they don't know who they're going to merge with. Okay. They raise the money, they put it in there, but I'm sure what they like to do is get into a hot sector. And so that's why we saw so many EVs. You mean what was the SPAC? What was it called before it became public or it merged? Is that what you mean? I don't think it really. I mean, most of them. Like, I wish I could think. I can't think of a SPAC right now. Yeah, you're probably reading more into it. It's just usually they're U.S. based companies. It's just a shell. Remember the old shells? Okay, and so they've got money in there, and they're just looking for an acquisition of a company to buy that's private right now. Most of them are U.S. companies. Well, I don't know if you can call it DWAC a SPAC. You see, I can't call that. I mean, DWAC is still a SPAC. Okay, I see what you mean. DWAC is still a SPAC. Yeah, and I mean, they're looking to obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but to acquire, that social media company. But they haven't. I mean, it trades digital. I mean, it trades as if it's that company, but in theory, it's still a SPAC. Hey, ePix is working a little bit. Come on, give me a little move here. So again, I suppose in a nutshell, 2 years ago when EVs were super, super active and everybody wanted to, invest in, didn't matter who it was. I think, what's that other one? Livin? Is that Livin or Riven? Livin, Riven? I think that was another SPAC. You can just sort of see it was trading here. I think it was another SPAC. I mean, if crypto became hot again, as an example, super hot, then you might see, the SPACs. If you and I, Dak, decided, you know what, we were able to raise some money, all our friends and family, and we put this money into this little company, And now we go and search for a private company to buy. And so if crypto became hot again, maybe that's what we would try to do. Find some little private company that's doing crypto, and we say, we're going to take you public. And that's what was happening with the EVs. You know, the SPACs couldn't get enough EVs. And for a while, yeah, I mean, they were awesome. Okay, guys, it is now 2:59. So absolutely, Zach. You think we're kidding or he's kidding. No, you just had to say, we got a SPAC and we're going to take over this little EV. Something to do with, the EV sector, be it a car or, as they say, a plug or, something. And they went wild. All right, guys. Let's see, 2:59, 2:30. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here, so answer questions if I have to, but I think I'll just put myself on mute. Again, if you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. So I'm saying at this time, both rooms, open until 3:30. YouTube will not be open from 3:30 to 4:30 today, okay? So I'll put myself on mute. All right, Doctor, I will answer your question. I have a YouTube question. Knew how to get the continuous relative volume screen. You're talking about this that I have on my other monitor? Increasing relative volume? I think that's probably what you're talking about, right? I can give it to you. Okay, I'll just copy the link and I can give this to you. Okay. Increasing relative volume, share. Copy. Okay, so there it is. Now, as far as my dashboard is concerned, shut this down. I don't share the entire layout. What I do is you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, and if you go to my home page, so I mean you can have this one, the biggest gainers from the open, this particular race. Okay, so if you go to my home page now, with the exception of this, I'm still not sure. It's so much like this. My watch list is very much like the gainers. So I'm not so sure I'm going to continue with this. So other than this being shared, if you, again, click on my homepage link, and then go to my scan section right here, okay? And there's that race here. That's not the relative volume race, but I just gave you that link. Might get somebody to add that relative volume here, that one. But here are all the other scans that I'm sharing. So the basic new highs, lows, and don't repeat. If you wanted that, right where, ooh, is that, that's rhythm just taking out 10, I believe. I think that's why I have that price alert. Is that right? Oh, no, oops, yes, getting confused here. Yes, so rhythm now just over, well, at 10 again. So all these scans I am sharing, and you can pick and choose what you want. Just to let you know, this is what I use in the pre-market, gap up and gap down, and then mainly the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Okay, there's the basic new highs and lows that you see here, right here. I also have another scan that, it depends on your trading style, of course, but the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. These are here. And again, not very many alerts, but what I really concentrate on though is this race, this window right there. That's what I really concentrate on all day long. So if you save my link, then you can take a look at these scans, at your leisure. All the education, is here. Take a look at it at your leisure. Yeah, and if you haven't already done the let's get started, I really, really think you should do that first, okay? Before you do anything else. I should have gone over that. So on my home page, okay, so on my home page, you'll see something says getting started with trade ideas. I don't know if you've already done that. I'm really lobbying, guys, that you have to, anybody who takes out a subscription has to do this first. They'll be prevented from, getting into the software until they do it. It takes 30 minutes, start in just, short videos, download an installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. You should really do that. I don't know if you've done that already. It's software, I'm not just speaking to you, doctor, but I mean, it's software. There is a learning curve like any other software program. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute again. I'll answer any questions. I just put myself on mute. If I see a question, I'll answer it. Okay, guys, boring is all get out, but you know what? I think if you remember, I was talking about this EPIX and how it broke out of here. We saw it on the race. I don't think it won a race, but I was watching it. I was just moving up, so I decided to click on it, and lo and behold, that's what I saw. Okay, so boring compared to obviously the other ones like Rhythm and EVTL, etc. But I don't know where this is going. And why did I take it? Because again, when I looked left, the next high was 375. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but all sorts of things were working in its favor. A little break on consolidation, a nice break on big consolidation. I mean, look at that 15-minute chart. I mean, it's basically flat until 1 o'clock. It broke out. I got it. I think what was the price? I think 322 or something. I mean, again, is this unbelievable? No, it's 332, and I don't know where it's going though. I'll hold on to it and see what happens. I'm not swinging this or anything like that. Can't really lose though, because I mean, if it goes back down to 322, I can just get out of it or on the way down. But there's an example of discovering something in this top list that there is no way I would have seen. No, with all these symbols in here, no way I would have seen. But because it was inching its way up here, I decided, okay, let's just click on it and see what's happening. And meanwhile, so look at EVTL. This is one I did not trade today. Not that I didn't want to trade it, but back on mute. This rhythm is the RYTM. I mean, it should be watched going right into the close and maybe even after hours. I mean, if it gets over that 1020, 1025 mark, I mean, this could really keep running. Now, I'm not in it yet. I'm going to wait and see if that happens. This should be really interesting next week too, this EVTL. I mean, great news. I mean, it's great news. It's a great looking press release that happened today for this company. Great press release. I don't know if they're going to ever make any money. It doesn't really matter, right now. It's just a matter of that press release has caught the attention of 59 million. Well, 59 million shares have traded. So it is traded the float, 47 million in the float. So it is traded the float. So, if you were in the YouTube room when Jamie was there between 12 and 1, I mean, what he talks about, and the same thing with me. I mean, I'm going to have to watch these ones that were winning races over and over and over again. Got to watch them next week. Here we go. I mean, the little confirmation here. There's the EVTL. Tremendous relative volume. Tremendous, and increasing every time, as the share, as more and more, excuse me, as more and more action happens, I mean, the relative volume is just increasing and increasing. So you look at this, so sort of a bit of a correlation. It won in the relative volume sphere 24 times, and over in the change from the open 11 times. Decent correlation. That's why I'm using this. I'm using this almost exclusively, but then I glance at the relative volume to see, okay, great, it's winning the race change from the open, but is it doing it on, high relative volume too, like increasing, not high, increasing relative volume, which means the volume is increasing. Because we always want, we want the enthusiasm built into the stock. When you're in a trade, you want others to be as enthusiastic as you are. And enthusiasm basically is, well, it's a direct correlation of the volume. When the volume dries up, that means nobody wants it anymore, and look out. You better not be left holding the bag. Now, I'm not saying, look, when the volume dries up, I don't mean it's during the course of the day, you're going to have volume spurts and then dying down and more spurts and dying down. Okay. But you want to be in the upside of that volume increase. Yeah, that SPAC is going crazy. ITHX, I mean, it's going absolutely crazy. And if again, I like to give Jamie a little shout out here because he talked about this in the noon hour when he was in our YouTube room. Somebody takes over for me between 12 and 1, and today was Jamie, and he was talking about ITHX. X, not S, okay? And it was, here it is at 145. So he was talking about this. Well, what happens if it breaks out? Well, look what's happened. So it looks like whoever they're merging with, it might be getting closer and closer. This is usually, the sort of action if we're getting closer and closer with the merger or the acquisition, I guess we'll call it technically the acquisition. Now, there's no guarantee. I mean, next week on Monday, they could come out and say, yeah, you know what, we were going to be buying travel, what is it called? Mondi, whatever they are. Mondi, it's a private company. The Uber, okay, there you go. It's the Uber of B2B travel. That's what they call themselves. I don't know anything about this company. I have no idea if they can make money doing whatever they're doing, but that is who they're going to be buying, and then they'll change the symbol. But it hasn't. It's not a done deal. Remember Twitter. Not a done deal till it's done. So that is going to be the new symbol. Ooh, about price action. Not really. I mean, you might want to take a look at, I don't know how extensively he goes into it, but you might want to take a look at Michael's video series that he put together. Look at my homepage link. If you click on my homepage link and then you go to the education section, and then if you scroll down and back to basics, okay, support and resistance, and but it's 36 videos. They're short videos, but he probably has something on. Like, what do you mean exactly? But I mean by price action. I mean, obviously the price usually for the price to go up and sustain itself, there has to be accompanied with volume. That's all we're looking at. But you can try this. I don't know. I haven't looked at this for so long, so I can't really remember if he goes into what you might be calling price action. Okay. So if it's not there, if you can't see anything, it depends what you mean by price action. I mean, to me, when you say action, that to me means a volume increase. Oh, no, I have no, I don't know him at all. Okay. So Riven was an IPO. Okay. Look at little Noodles. I remember when Noodles went public, NDLS. I mean, got all the way up to 52. Yeah, I don't know him at all, Barries, so I don't know him at all. I think one of the common errors that people make is they'll get into something because they think it's a break out of some maybe consolidation or a nice break somewhere, but there's no volume. Okay, but yet it's broken, and they look and they say, oh, got to take this because it broke out, and they're not looking at the volume. That's the only reason I have a 2-minute chart up, just to check to see if there's any volume accompanying it. Now, when I say, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking about, for instance, right there in the noodles. Okay, when I look back and on the 5-minute chart, and I look back at all the previous ones, I can go back to what, 1235. I mean, there's something happening here. That doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, but at least there's some volume accompanying that little price pop. If that price popped like this and it was on no volume, chances are it'll come right back down again. Any way to get rid of the countdown? You mean here in the races? There isn't. I don't think there is anyway, but why would you want that? But is that what you mean? Is that what you mean by the countdown, like this? Um, I don't think so, but why would you want that? Let me see if I can. I don't think there's a. I mean, most people want that because I want to know when the race is going to end and how far into the race it is. I don't think there is a option to not have that. Just out of interest, why would you want to get out of it? Or why would you not want to see the countdown? I mean, you see something, if you don't have this countdown, okay, and you see something, starting to move higher and higher, and you're wondering why is this at the end of the race or at the beginning of the race? What stage of the race is it? So I'm not sure. why you would not want the countdown. China, no, you can't. No. The only alert on the chart is the price alert. So if you set a price alert on the chart, then you can get an alert. But if you set a trend line and the price goes through that trend line, no. Well, you set it. You set the countdown. That's the thing. I'm running this race is running every 4 minutes. Okay. It's not arbitrary. I mean, you could call it arbitrary, except that you control it. If I take this top list window and I right click, launch the real-time stock race, one of the options is minutes to run. Okay, so you can run it for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't even know how long you can run it, to be honest. I mean, it's 30 minutes, 20. You see what I'm saying? So it's not arbitrary. It's you define it. I have chosen 4 minutes. The one I gave you, I chose 3 minutes. There's no magic to those numbers. The only thing I didn't want to do, because I'm more intraday trading, I didn't want to have a race running 10 minutes, because I think that's just too long. So does that make sense then? I mean, so it's not arbitrary. You control it. Oh, you're in an advanced. Oh, sorry. Well, that's what it's doing though. Just one moment, please. I'll be right back. I know I usually shut down at 3:30, but I'll stay a little later. Okay, but I will be right back. I just have one thing I've got to do. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. Wicked D, I am still here. Give me a moment. Well, that's what it's doing, okay? So to answer your question, that's exactly what it's doing. When you use the replace cars feature, whole idea of the stock racing. Okay, if I sort on the change from the open percent, okay, I see this one right at the top, ITHX. I see it right at the top. There's EVTL, 42% above the open, 42%, 38%, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the way down. And why I see all these stocks? Because they met the filter requirements, okay? But obviously impossible to keep track of, every single stock. I mean, it's impossible. And looking at this list, I can't tell whether or not ITHX is moving right now. I mean, I know I see it's at the top in terms of the change from the open, but I can't really tell if it's moving or not. Okay, I can't tell if EVTL is moving. It's just a list. So that's the whole idea of the top of this racing. Okay, look at the SOND. I don't even know where it is on here. SOND is sort of, it's not huge. It's only 3 cents, but sometimes you're going to see some stocks that are leading a race that are 10, 15 cents and big percentages. It could be coming from down here somewhere. I just wouldn't see it. And what happens though is this one is at 3%. If something's is more than 3%, it'll supplant this. You'll see it start moving up and up and up, and it'll take over the top position. Okay. So I mean that's the whole idea of it. And you don't have to wait for the race to be over. Okay, that's the other thing. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to say, okay, I guess I should take this. If something is starting to really move, here's the beginning of this race, 4 minutes. Okay. If something is really starting to move, and you see 10%, 15%, click on it and see what's happening. So that's what it's doing. I think it's answering, I'm answering your question. If you use the replace, if you use the replace cars option, then that's exactly what's going to happen. And you can put it in ascending order or descending order. I mean, you can do that, but do you have control? And you can do the flip too. I mean, that's what these are stocks that are biggest gainers from the open, but you could flip this and just show the stocks the biggest losers from the open and that are moving down. Too bad. I'm out of the EPEX. EPEX basically flat. That took a little dive on me. So I'm out of the EPEX basically flat. Good. Yeah. I mean, as you're getting used to using trade ideas and anybody else too, I call this sort of the best of both worlds. Top lists are wonderful. Usually it's because you want to follow certain stocks, okay, or want to follow some stocks, but it's impossible to follow them all in a top list in this format. Yeah, I mean, you could sort them on, the different column headers, but what's that really telling you? Okay, it's telling you that this is at the top, but what is that really telling you? The alert windows are great, but what alert are you going to use? Virtually all of my alerts are stocks making new highs of the day. But what if a stock down here is not making a new high for the day, but is starting to move? I would never see it the way I construct my alerts, my scans. Yes, I could put, okay, well, instead of new high of the day, maybe a new 5-minute high, but probably then I'll get too many alerts. I don't want that. So this sort of merges the best of an alert window and a top list window, and the races do that for you and lets you focus on Well, really, the stocks that you should be focusing on during the day. Instead of jumping around from scan to scan to scan, you can just focus on one. Okay, yeah, Zach. Yeah, you can, of course, you can take your top list window and assign your own symbol list to the top list window and run the race just on that. Of course. Sort of what I've done here. Okay, everybody, I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. I've gone a little bit over time, which is fine. Only thing I'll say is keep an eye on that rhythm. If it takes out that 10-20 with any sort of force, I'd be watching it into the close and, it may do something really crazy after hours. No, I mean, no guarantee, of course, but it might do something crazy after hours. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think what I'll do is shut the rooms down. All right, everybody, thank you for all of the help all week long. I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. So that's the main room shut down, and now I'll shut down our YouTube room. And the same thing goes. Thanks for all the help all week.